Canada, the eastern shore on the Atlantic coast. One small village stands out from the rest. Its name, Lunenburg. On the last Monday in November, this friendly town with 3,500 inhabitants changes with the arrival of winter. Every year, one of the world's most lucrative fisheries opens here with the start of the lobster season. Nearly 70,000 tons of these precious crustaceans are harvested from the ocean with an estimated value of more than €1 billion.
The guys work hard for their money, but it is a very seasonal business.
A strictly regulated fishery that will last 6 months and not a day more.
Can you imagine? We have 1,500 boats. It's a starting line, it's a race.
A race against the clock with its rules, but also its risks, where every professional fisherman will do whatever it takes to catch as many lobsters as possible.
Last spring, the boat started to sink, so I had to get airlifted off the boat, brought into High Sea King of all things. I just would not be here.
It's a high-risk game.
We'll be following 4 crews with 4 different strategies, competing in the most competitive fishery in the world. Gail and Catherine, partners on land as at sea, who mean to teach the burliest sea dogs a lesson.
I don't want to be the best female captain. I want to be the most successful captain.
Desmond and his sailor Cecil, the veterans, with 18 years at sea behind them.
My strategy is try to get my gear out as fast as I can. The faster you catch your lobster, the faster you make your money.
Craig and his crewmate Logan from one of the oldest seafaring families in the region. Their strategy is the riskiest, fishing near the coast where the water is only a few meters deep and the rocks omnipresent.
It's an area that we know the bottom, we know how the lobsters work. That's my place to fish.
And lastly, the youngsters, Ollie and Aaron. It's the second fishing season for these super motivated novices who will be focusing on spots that are inaccessible or overlooked by the other fishermen.
And I totally believe you get better catch that way. Yeah.
To make their season a success, they will all have to face the elements. They will also have to withstand the polar cold of eastern Canada.
I think the wind chill's around -16 or something like that.
That's part of the game. I don't have to go. I just go.
And face numerous dangers.
Don't stand in that line. Don't stand in that line. Get out. Get there!
We tend to lose a couple of fellows every year.
I know, because I'm the guy that very often finds the bodies.
And finally sell their lobsters at the best price.
How you doing?
Because the price of this Canadian red gold varies from day to day, like that of gold or oil.
Was the price actually $6 the first few days? No. It's gonna be like 8, right? It's amazing.
I'm feeling like a happy woman, but I've already jumped to the next step of where the lobster's going to be.
Now I'm really nervous.
It's called Dumping Day. Everyone here is waiting for the glorious moment when the latest lobster fishermen will be able to set their precious traps. For 4 months, they've been preparing to be first on the starting line and find the best spot that will allow them to harvest hundreds of thousands of dollars. Dumping Day is crucial to all of the fishermen, a kind of gold rush in which a bad start can ruin an entire season.
About 70% of our total catch for the whole 6-month season is caught by January, I would say. That's what makes it so super challenging. It's this massive game, you know?
Do you want to let the... I'll go start her up and you can sort out your lines.
Gail doesn't even think about failing. For the captain of the Nellie row, it's not an option.
You can let the boy line go.
The only female captain in the region, she has won every battle to establish herself in a totally male environment. Extremely physical, she is as formidable as she is feared.
I don't want to be the best female captain. I want to be the most successful captain, and I want to catch the most lobsters. I can't help it, I do. I really do want to, I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna try to catch as many as I can.
Okay, yeah, we're all aboard then.
In Canada, this is certainly the most highly regulated activity there is. Each fishing license gives the owner the right to operate 250 traps, to be used in any way. In theory, everyone is equal, with one difference: the size of the boat.
Okay, we're gonna move.
Ollie's is certainly one of the smallest boats in the harbor. A cramped old tub just 11 meters long, bought secondhand with a sluggish engine. Dumping day is hugely stressful for the captain of the Muscoot.
I really don't like this pressure that we have on opening day. It's a huge monetary value. It's hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Ollie has taken on a lot of debt to embark upon this venture. Formerly a carpenter, he borrowed several $100,000 to pay for the boat and the license.
You don't know what's gonna happen with your boat. Things can break at any time, right? You don't know if there's lobsters where you're going. This is only my second year at it, so the hope is that the price goes up and we make some money. That's really all I wanted.
A few hundred meters further down the Lunenburg Quay, the boss is arriving. Desmond, Des, to his friends. He's been sailing the stormy seas of Lunenburg Bay for 18 years and knows pretty much all there is to know. To him, dumping day is just a formality.
My strategy is try to get my gear out as fast as I can. And the faster you catch your lobster, the faster you make your money.
The only thing that makes our strong and silent sailor nervous is the weather. Not without reason, as you'll soon see.
Mother Nature has the control on how much money you're gonna make. If she's good to us, then she's good to us. If she wants to dish out bad weather to us, well, it could be a different story then.
Less than 2,000 kilometers from the Arctic Circle, at the edge of the Atlantic Ocean, the weather in the Canadian North is changeable and makes fishing the most deadly activity in the country. The weather can change in just a few minutes, and on dumping day, the risk of capsizing is doubled because of the extremely heavy and unbalanced loads on board these small boats.
Good morning, good morning.
Bill Flowers is a former fisherman. Today, he's in charge of safety for the Coast Guard in the area around Lunenburg known as Fishing Area 33.
Hopefully everything goes good and you just get to go around a bit.
If I'm bored, it's a good thing.
And as every year, dumping day worries him.
Can you imagine it's dumping day and we have 1,500 boats heading out to sea, all overloaded, massive quantities of pots on the decks. And what makes it so dangerous is that the rest of the season, we only have maybe a dozen pots or 60 pots at the max on our decks. But some of these boats will carry up to 500 pots the first day.
Hopefully, if somebody does get in trouble, I'm there to either pick them out of the water or tow them in or keep them afloat or whatever it may be, because we tend to lose a couple fellows every year, and it can be a very dangerous day.
The deaths we've had over the last few years have been guys fueling their boats, slipping and hitting their heads on the ladder. And, you know, I know, because I'm the guy that very often finds the bodies.
Good luck, guys.
First thing we say to our guys is keep a sharp knife and don't try to be a hero.
Today, he'll be following the fleet on board his own boat in order to intervene in case of the slightest problem.
So the boats are all getting ready here. We got about 15 minutes or less, maybe 12 minutes till they're allowed to leave the wharf. See them all lined up behind us.
If Bill is watching the clock so closely, it's because the first rule of fairness in this lobster fishery is to respect the departure time.
Here in District 33, we are not allowed to leave until 7 o'clock. So it's a starting line, it's a race.
What channel you guys all stand by on? 6. Okay, thanks guys. Good luck.
Stand by. What's your current position?
We're at the breakwater. We're standing by at the breakwater for the fleet to part.
A few minutes from the start, the tension is rising. 4 months of preparation to be ready, 4 months waiting for this precise hour. No one wants to mess up. They all want to be first.
Right now, I'm already nervous about the spot that I know I want to get to. And if somebody gets there before me, I'm not going to be able to fish it. And that would really, really throw a wrench in my game plan.
Just getting excited, that's all. Getting amped. Lobsters are, they're there, they're pulsing. We gotta get them in the water and kick it off with a bang. So we have to set them at the same time so we're all on the same playing field.
6 minutes yet.
Huh?
Huh?
6 minutes yet?
Yeah. It's 7 o'clock and 7 o'clock sharp. You want to take 2 minutes or 5 minutes after, that's your choice, but it's not 1 minute before 7.
First come, first served. That's the rule. So of course, gaining a few minutes at the start gives a real advantage.
They aren't allowed out past the breakwater or the fines will be huge.
You're going to get ticketed if you get caught, and the tickets are going to be very, very big. And there are also sanctions that will not allow you to maybe sail the first week of the season the following year.
Severe penalties, and yet some still take the risk. You'll see how and why one of our captains will break this fairness rule. An event that would never have happened if everything had gone as planned. To understand this better, we have to go back in time. It is Saturday, November 24th, 2 days before the supposed date of dumping day.
Fishing season in southwestern Nova Scotia typically begins the last Monday of November. Districts 33 and 34 make up one of Canada's most lucrative lobster fisheries. But fishermen will have to wait a little longer before setting their traps.
Oh, shit. Here we go. Here we go.
Based on forecasted weather, dumping day won't begin as planned.
Oh, bad news. Just got cancellation for dumping day.
Oh, shit. No go.
So we will be.
We're postponed. Steam was definitely coming out of my ears, I'm quite sure. You tow in the line, you're ready for the start, and there's no gun's not going to go off. And it's like, oh, damn.
We are not allowed to leave when it's forecast over 25 knots of wind. So 26 knots of wind, we're tied to the wharf.
The moment of departure is postponed for 2 days until Wednesday, the 28th of November. A thunderbolt for our fishermen who have to reorganize themselves and check the loading of their boats for the coming storm, if not unload them and patiently sit it out. For Ollie, who has to pay his bills as quickly as possible, each day of delay is a loss of earnings.
Yeah, hey man. Yeah, it's a no-go. My payments are like twice a year, right? I have like a payment in middle of January and a payment in middle of July. You get a little extra pressure when you're like, okay, that date's coming closer and I don't have that in my bank account. Since we got a bit more time, some things on the boat that I didn't do. So yeah, okay. Yeah, 8 o'clock, sounds good. It's hard to say if they made the right decision or not. We won't know until Monday, right? And when Monday comes, it'll probably be a nice day and everyone will be like, oh, fuck, we should have gone today. Guaranteed, that's always what happens, so.
Ollie's prognosis will prove to be accurate. On Monday, November 26th, the theoretical dumping day, the weather in Lunenburg is mild with just a few showers and a few waves in the bay. The predicted storm hasn't arrived, at least not in our area. Our fishermen fear a new delay, and Gail, like Desmond, is taking precautions to stop the tons of bait they've prepared in advance from spoiling. The fish that the lobsters love.
I just left it there hoping that we were going to set within a day or two, but when it started to get postponed and the weather forecast wasn't looking good, I iced it all back down again. I had a lot put out. Oh God, I must have 700 pounds or something like that. Bait's expensive this year. You know, you're talking almost $1 a pound, so A couple of years ago, it was like 50 cents. Everything's going up.
The decision to postpone is made by the DFO, the government department that manages the lobster fisheries throughout the whole of Canada.
Today's decision, I have to live with it, but I'm not happy about it because I think the weather would benefit to set on Wednesday. It was starting to really piss me off because we had a day there with a northwest wind. It was, I mean, it was beautiful. DFO having another meeting at 9 o'clock to get a little start on this week. So you get a couple extra days out of it anyway. And that's about it for the day, for work. Lock my boat up and enjoy my evening. I thought I'd be fishing today, but no go.
Wednesday is the same. The storm out at sea is preventing the large boats from another area to go out. And in fairness, Lunenburg is also prohibited from fishing. It's an unbearable decision for Gail.
It's just a relentless little cycle here. I was so angry, and I thought it was ridiculous. If you're not fishing, if you're not putting in the effort, you're not getting any income. There's been definitely thousands of dollars lost. I don't think that would be any exaggeration. And I fished the whole 6 months, so they're just gone now. I mean, I know I could have sat and probably hauled, if not at least probably twice in that week. So I lost 2 major hauling days. The water already is much colder than it's been for the last few fishing seasons. It's about 6 degrees colder, and I imagine after this week it's going to be even cooler, which is going to have a really big impact on us.
After losing 2 days of fishing, our sailors could indeed see their losses increase with the early arrival of the cold weather. Cold is their worst enemy, because lobsters move less below a certain temperature and, above all, stop hunting.
The weather's just been colder, the water's been colder, the lobsters are going to be much more sedentary.
With the departure date still up in the air, the tension is mounting in the harbor of the small village. Everyone is making predictions while waiting for the government's green light.
I was going to say, when you guys going to set?
Who knows? Who knows?
Yeah,
We're going to find out. We're finding out this morning to see what's going on for the weekend, and then I don't know what. I don't know.
This is crazy, crazy weather.
This is nuts. Once again, the forecast for offshore was calling for 25 to 30, and I don't think it was just me. I think it was a few other people that was starting to get, okay, this is going a little too far. I was in on the wharf waiting for the phone call to come through. Hello? No, I got nothing to sell to you yet.
And to annoy our fishermen a little more, the lobster buyers are also starting to clamor for produce.
No, we're just in here working away, waiting.
One of Canada's main industries is at a standstill because of the 25-knot wind rule that is supposed to protect fishermen.
Okay, John, okay, bye. That was our lobster buyer. He wants some lobster, but he ain't getting any. Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, sure.
What are you going to do, load on?
No, we're putting some lenses on.
And it's funny, the whole thing is pretty loosey-goosey as it is, because it's like, are we going? And you're like, walk down the wharf. I don't know, you know, and all of a sudden somebody gets a call from some other fisherman.
Oh, for freak's sake.
After a week of delays, the long-awaited decision is finally made.
Saturday morning, 7 o'clock is the start date. No more calls unless something else changes drastically in the weather. Saturday at 7. Greg, did you get a text from Dean? Okay. So, yeah, that's it.
Now I know I can plan. I can call people. I can tell them what time to show up, and I can, you know, put things into action.
Hey, Kira.
Hi, Kira. How you doing?
Good, how are you?
I finally have a date for you.
Oh, amazing.
I know, it is amazing. They were relieved to finally have a date too, because they're hanging there, pushing everything off. So I think what we'll do is we'll do all 250 pots on Friday.
Okay, yeah.
Great, well, we'll see you at 8 o'clock at the railway wharf? Saturday. Sorry, not Saturday, Friday.
Friday,
yeah, cool.
See you soon.
Okay, thanks, bye. That's it. They all know. No excuses. Yeah, here we are. Look at this.
They've only got 2 days to set up, get out the bait, reload the boats, and organize themselves for the big departure. Just 48 short hours. Dumping day -1. After losing 5 days, Lunenburg Harbor comes alive. All hands are on deck. This time it's for real. The forecast has been confirmed. Tomorrow, everyone will be on the water.
I love chopping bait. No, no, no. Through the eyes. Well, I know a guy, this was years ago, big captain, big burly guy. He's getting redfish off the back of his truck and he slides it back and he gets horned right in the pecker. It was bad.
That's what I really want to see is like those traps just full of lobsters, you know? I know you want to see that too.
Oh my God, please.
I've just never seen something like that.
So neat to make a lot of money. I need money.
Each crew has to reload and reattach its 250 traps. Traditionally, each trap has its own rope and buoy, so it can be dropped into the water and hauled out again every day. With 250 traps, there are kilometers of rope to get tangled up on the boats.
Jesus.
Ollie, who lost 2 traps last year because of rotten lines, is feeling stressed. He doesn't want the curse of the ropes hanging over him again.
I get pissed off and chopped all these a bunch shorter last year, so that's why they're like, we would lose the whole trawl, right? If we set them, the whole thing would just be like gone. So, gotta get them out of here. But it's not the trap that's worth the money. It's what you caught. You can't now catch in it because it's gone. That's way more valuable than the trap.
It has to be remembered that a trap can earn more than 1,000 euros in a season, and if it's lost, it's not replaceable.
Think about how much one trap catches. It's huge, right?
I saw in the newspaper today that a boat sank in Pubnico, like in the harbor, like right at the wharf. Like they had it loaded up, like ready to go. I saw the line, I was like, oh shit, like I hope my mom doesn't see this. And then I opened it up and it's just like, it's like right off the wharf. Like it just sunk like right there.
It happens, yeah. I think it was a young guy. He was young, 20, 25 or something.
Sinking, capsizing. This is the main risk on dumping day. A boat overladen with too many traps and it can happen without warning, like an iceberg keeling over. An unbalanced load and the boat takes on water from the back. The danger is ever present. The young sailor from Pubnico, the village next door, paid the price.
I'd say 15 minutes or so. It went down fast. And if it would have happened out there, I don't think that we would have got off in time once we figured it out.
A disaster at the wharf at Lower East Pubnico. Captain Brandon Surrette's boat, the Extreme One, was sinking.
Pubnico? Oh my God. What a nightmare.
News of last night's accident is spreading fast around the port and causing particular concern for Desmond, who owns the same type of boat.
The owner of the boat had a boat with the same exhaust as mine. Water filled in the exhaust and the water free flowed in and sunk the boat at the wharf. That made me think about it more because, you know, it's a potential there. Wayne, how's that exhaust there? How much of my exhaust is sticking out? What exhaust does is, with the load of traps on, it pushes it down under the water, and it's only a flap, a baffle in the exhaust that's stopping the water from coming in. So it's a possibility of that popping off and the water coming in and sinking your boat.
Each trap weighs around 40 kilograms. With only 100 on board, that's already 5 tons. Desmond can't afford to make a mistake when distributing the weight of his load.
36, 37, 2 more.
Unlike Ollie, Desmond has hired 3 people to speed up the work.
Introduction of my crew for the next couple of days. My son-in-law, Andrew, my partner, Cecil, and another partner in Trevor Lonis. I usually have two guys on the wharf, and they'll bait and lower the trap down to me, and then I take the trap, and then I actually load the boat, because I know, what she can handle. I'm hoping to get 125 or so on.
With 125 traps per trip, Desmond decides to make 2 return journeys. He'll dump his traps faster and save diesel fuel. But he mustn't make a mistake, and that is unfortunately what our most experienced captain has done.
Or, what happened that day, we took the wrong traps.
God damn it, semi-close.
Shit, I put the wrong ones on.
What's up?
We should have put them there on first, for the dump last. But we didn't. Because we wanted these for out the western side of Cross Island where we always set them. Now if we take them, we got to dump them in the harbor, and after a day or two, we got to load them on the boat and then take them.
I wanted 40 outside. I should have put the 40 on first and then worked ahead. I forgot all about that. I think we'll load them on now, and then they're on, and then as we get room, we can pull them ahead. Would that make sense? I didn't want to double back over, so I put the extra traps on so I could stick to my game plan, and then come back in and pick up my second load for outside. We'll get them. We'll get them. The sooner they're in the water, the sooner they're fishing. So. Whew.
A decision fraught with consequences. 40 extra traps on the first trip is almost 1.6 more tons on the boat. Isn't Desmond at risk of capsizing his ship?
Okay.
Gail's operation is being run with military precision.
Action.
Her boat is the largest on the quay, almost 22 meters long. With a boat like hers, one trip will be enough to set the 250 traps, as long as they are well loaded.
So now we're going to start putting the real deal on. We're going to bend the traps onto the trawls now. The rest of the deck, so 20, how many more? 16. 16 more trawls from here, bent on and ready to go. That's the plan.
But where it gets complicated for our female crew is that Gail uses a trawl, a string of traps tied together.
Pretty well. Most of the fishermen here in Lunenburg fish single gear, so there'll be one buoy and one trap. For number 2, when I get a balloon aboard, I'm picking up 10 traps. So when I'm loading my boat, we're very careful and meticulous. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
You go. In some ways, today is more important than tomorrow, because if you get it right now, then tomorrow should be fine.
Should be a short day,
yeah. If you get it wrong now, then tomorrow could be a nightmare.
With trawls, you get one little hiccup, and all of a sudden you're going to have traps going out in the wrong order and surprising the crew who's down there and probably taking them with them.
That doesn't seem right. Hold up.
The slightest error in the organization of the lines or the order in which the traps are tied together can prove fatal. So Catherine checks her lines one by one and soon spots a problem that could have proved very costly.
That's definitely wrong.
I can't stress enough how important organization is.
We had to just fix a little hiccup there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, one was bent on the wrong bucket, and then one was skipped, and it was looking really funky, but we got it.
Me?
Oh, you just got distracted, that's all.
The Nellie row gets organized and the loading of the 10 tons of traps continues without further incident. They've hired 3 sailors to help them this year, including a young woman, which is rare on a traditionally more male boat.
I took Kira on as a trainee. She knew nothing about commercial lobster fishing. So Jason's job was to train Kira, which makes me a bit anxious.
The crew may be Gail's only weak point this year. Although Catherine has experience, Scott, Jason, and Kira will prove hard to manage. A few hours before departure, the boats are almost ready. Everyone has a clear strategy, except perhaps for Ollie, who is still unsure.
We got enough.
Well,
31s, right?
Those aren't 30, those are 42. All right, yeah, I guess, I don't know, I'm trying to think what to do.
The way you load your boat depends on the weather a lot of times, and where you set depends on the weather. So my plan is kind of elastic and changes, you know, minute to minute.
Do a string of yellow ones. You send those back. Send that one back.
In the end, our novice decides to make 3 trips.
How many do we have on? No, we're gonna get
100.
100. Oh, that's good.
Desmond has chosen to make 2 round trips, at the risk of capsizing due to the loading error that's saddling him with an excess weight of 1.6 tons on the first run.
Try to keep everything up to maintenance, and you should have no troubles. We keep a close eye on it from now until probably, until we set tomorrow, and hope for the best through the night.
Gail won't be coming back to port. All her traps are on the boat. But will she manage to drop her 25 strings of 10 traps without any trouble? Nothing could be less certain.
The proof will be in the pudding tomorrow when we try to get them off of the boat. Hope they go off in a orderly fashion.
I'm feeling like a happy woman, but I've already jumped to the next step of where the lobster's gonna be. That's the big one.
Now I'm really nervous. Yeah, it's a dangerous day tomorrow.
Dumping day, 6:30 in the morning, and 1,500 boats are getting ready in fishing area number 33. Desmond, the old sea dog, plans to catch 10 tons of lobsters during the season and make at least 100,000 euros in sales. Gail is betting on 25 tons. She intends to play on the price of lobsters and bring in 300,000 euros. The young captain of the Mascoute, Ollie, hopes to catch 15 tons of the precious crustaceans this season, with a hoped-for crucial target of 180,000 euros. The beginner will have to outdo himself. He's been preparing for this race for profit for 4 months, and 1 week has already been lost out of the 6 months of fishing. Everyone is waiting for the final green light.
About 5 minutes at the most. Right now, I'm already nervous about the spot that I know I want to get to. So we'll be racing around to get our trawls down before the others do.
The boats are fully laden, and it is very difficult to move around on board, especially for Desmond, who has brought many more traps than planned.
Anything can happen on dumping day. Worst case scenario that could happen to us, the worst of the worst would be that something would break on your boat and you start taking on water. It's a high-risk game.
Everyone has a plan, except for one person.
Okay, so
Ollie changes strategy at the last minute and decides half an hour before the start to put more traps on his boat.
the night before, I was laying in bed and I was like, what the hell? Why don't we just do it in 2 trips?
We're gonna start with 10 of those. Wouldn't normally do this, but it's gonna be just such a glassy day, so.
There wasn't a big deal. We just jam on 20 more traps. Like, we could do it, right?
Yeah, okay, get another one on there. Sure, you're there.
Of course, as time goes by way faster than it should, and I'm not there soon enough.
Hold on a second. This is sketch.
But loading 25 extra traps isn't easy. This irrational decision will make him miss the start.
Halifax Coast Guard Radio, Halifax Coast Guard Radio. We're at the breakwater. We're standing by at the breakwater for the fleet to part.
We are not allowed to leave until 7 o'clock. So it's a starting line, it's a race.
3 minutes left. It's 7 o'clock and 7 o'clock sharp.
They aren't allowed out past the breakwater or the fines will be huge. So these guys are all just in a hold pattern.
Severe fines for a few minutes head start, but that won't stop Gail.
I couldn't hear because I was standing there down at the wheel on the offside, so my crew was up on top, and Kath tinked on the window and said,
Let it go, Gail.
So, boof.
Nice job, Gail. I'm first.
That was awesome. I really got a good head start on everybody. I like that. It's not a big deal. It's just a silly boy thing.
She picked up the 9 knots just like that. I don't think they'll find me. I did leave a little bit early, but only a minute or so.
I don't care. I'm taking the fine because it's more important for me to get there first. $1,500, that's nothing. That's like a couple crates of lobsters. Who cares, you know?
One eye on her deck camera, the other on the radars. Gail is going flat out. There's not much that's going to stop her in this lobster hunt.
Let someone cuts their finger off or something. It'll put it in a baggie. It'll keep. It got ice. It'll be fine. We'll get you. Probably I would do that.
He can't go as fast as we can. He might be new, but he's not as fast as we are.
A triumphant start that goes unnoticed by the Coast Guard, but not her buddies, particularly the old sea dog of Lunenburg,
Is that Gail ahead of us there?
who isn't too pleased by what he sees.
I don't like people leaving before 7 o'clock if that's not, you know, they're not supposed to leave. They were lucky there was no fishery officers around because they'd been charged.
No time to complain. The race is on.
Here we go. Weather's gonna be beautiful today.
The fastest boats take the lead to reach the best spots as soon as possible. Everyone has learned from previous years, but places are precious.
Some of these guys are going 4 or 5 hours off, so they have a long day ahead of them.
Big hurry for the boats to get off the wharf is to get to the fishing grounds first. They're trying to beat the other guys to the best spots. The quicker you get your pots on the bottom, the quicker they're going to start fishing, and those hungry lobsters are going to crawl into the first pots on the bottom. It's all about dollars and cents.
All the fishermen are in the race except one.
What's that?
Ollie, who in trying to load more traps onto his boat in order to make only 2 round trips, has lost a lot of time.
We did our best. We put 10 traps on, and I was like, fuck it. It's pretty pathetic. I'm not proud of it, but I'm getting better at it. Every year I get better at it. It's my 2nd year with this boat too, right?
Well, that was a little more exciting than normal, just because we're trying to load traps like 5 minutes before we go.
And no, I don't really see myself being a set kind of a player. I'm always gonna evolve and adapt and change, so every year is gonna be like this. I never see it being like settled, no.
The first boat appears at the mouth of the bay to confront the ocean. Gail is in the lead and heads for Cross Island. Ollie is only just leaving port, while Desmond heads for Blue Rock at the mouth of the bay. With an overloaded boat, his objective is simple. The faster he dumps his traps, the less risk he has of sinking. His boat is pitching dangerously. So, regardless of whether it's the best spot or not, he decides to dump some of his traps before even reaching the open sea.
Let's get this show going and hopefully make some money.
Okay, let her go.
At a depth of less than 5 meters, So close to shore, these hastily dropped traps are unlikely to attract many lobsters.
We have no idea what's out there or if they're there or whatever.
Let her go.
I think all fishing is a gamble. Some of these guys that go off, they thought they was doing the right thing this year. Some of them did, and I guess some of them didn't. That's just a chance you take as a fisherman.
I'm hoping. It usually is, but sometimes when you go back to your old spots, it's not good. Watch them there. No. You got to tell me when they're at the end.
But it's not Dez's day. His crew didn't tell him when they were dropping the last trap, and he hasn't logged the GPS coordinates.
So that one down there is the last one, right? That one there? Yeah, okay, yeah.
It's going to be hard to find the buoy tomorrow morning in the dark. There's trouble on board the Muscoot, too. Ollie's having serious problems dumping his traps. Cordage is his constant bugbear.
I'll take the buoy.
You're always trying to keep your lines clean, and there's so many lines, it's really easy to get a snag.
Oh, my goodness. Can't come through the other way. Yeah, you're right, Aaron. Yeah. What is going on?
If you push off a single, if the line has a knot somewhere in it, in the coil, well, then it'll suck the buoy right under and you'll lose the whole thing, right? And it happens almost every year to me.
And after almost an hour unraveling the knots in the lines,
All right, I think it's okay.
one of them gets tangled up. The danger is considerable, not only for the crew, but the equipment. A line around the propeller and the boat stops.
It's a very dangerous occupation. You know, it's you got to be on your toes. You got to have a good skipper. And the most important thing is the boats can take a lot more than us very often, but sometimes they can't.
Near the coast with a jammed engine, Ollie was on the brink of disaster, but his crew responded well and got them out of a tricky situation.
Then flip it sideways for me when you're done. Thank you. That's pretty solid.
We are energetic and fast.
That's what I'm talking about.
But the problems continue for Ollie.
Got a guy right there, see that?
Having left very late, others are already fishing in the spot he'd set his sights on. The rules are clear, first come, first served.
2, 3, 4 boats fishing. 5 boats. The more gear there is, the less lobsters left for us.
I'm like looking around in the harbor, there's tons of gear, there's lots of guys in gear, and then there's, because they're in the good rocky bottom, and then there's spots that no one's fishing in.
The old guys set their gear in the same place every time, so I'm thinking of sets like places, strings that won't have a lot of gear around them, right?
He's made up his mind. Contrary to his original idea, he's going to go closer to the coast.
And I know that I've caught lobsters, really good catches over there, because nobody set their gear there. And I totally believe you get a better catch that way.
Meanwhile, Gail has a completely different strategy. Her larger boat has allowed her to get away faster and get to the fishing spots the others cannot reach.
I set my first string there, here. Another one go there, another one there. I've got 25, I got a plan. That's the plan.
Getting close, Gail?
A few more minutes. Everyone's got PFDs on, right? Yeah. And knives? Yeah. Obviously, the big danger is when you get out there and you're setting off, is them getting, of course, entangled in the ropes and going over with the traps.
Gail's method is very dangerous. The traps, tied together in groups of 10, pull one another into the water. A foot caught in a line, and you've got an accident. The sailor is dragged straight down to the bottom of the sea.
All have have knives so that if they get entangled or if their buddy gets entangled in something, they're super sharp knives. They're like one little touch on the rope and it's gonna cut you, be able to cut yourself free. I have a camera, a deck camera, that I can watch, and I have the screen in my wheelhouse, but I can't see them back of the stack. So that makes it even more dangerous and makes me a bit more anxious. But so we try to compensate for that by we have a hailer, so I can talk to my crew.
You just talk to me. I'm gonna do what you tell me to do. I'll let you know when I'm in the area, when I'm ready, when I want to set, and you let me know when you're ready. If you don't feel ready or comfortable, don't do it. All right. Good luck. Good luck to you guys. Be careful, be safe. Talk to me, talk to me, talk to me.
Oh, it just gives me nightmares. Yeah, I mean, the person I love the most in the world is out there. It's my whole world is kind of there, you know? So it's just a nightmare scenario to think if something happened.
Catherine walks across the traps to get to the drop station, watched anxiously by Gail.
No heroics.
We're ready when you are.
Yeah, roger that. It'll be a couple minutes, so when I slow down, you know I'm getting close.
So, so far, so good. I've had 4 successful setting days where I haven't had any incidents, so.
But this time, when they come to drop the traps, nothing will go as planned.
Hold on. Shit.
Desmond has a new problem. The larger and heavier ocean-going traps aren't in the right place, but underneath the others.
We made a mistake yesterday when we loaded them on. They should have been the first ones on, and I kind of forgot about them, and now we gotta move them to get the other gear out, and then we'll set these out a little later on.
Get 2 more here.
He will have to move everything at the risk of unbalancing his already heavily laden boat.
Come on, come on, come on.
Being conscious of the weight of the boat is basically because of stability. I mean, the boat makes a roll or catches the wrong kind of swell or wave, and it rolls the wrong way or too much, and over they go. You never want to relax your mind of that thought.
Okie dokie, I got him.
Back to Gail, who, when she comes to dump her traps, finds that she's been caught at her own game.
Somebody's got the same goddamn idea.
A fisherman from another port has stolen her spot.
You see the yellow float scale, right?
Got it, yeah.
The 2 buoys show her that it's a trap trawl. The seabed here will be full of traps and lines.
I'm gonna turn around and take a look at it, then I'll let you know.
She has 2 options: to leave or try to drop her traps alongside at the risk of losing her whole line and that of the other fishermen.
I probably was more aggressive than the average bear here because I came from an area where people setting trawls really close to each other. So I just did what I know how to do.
Let her go. Gail, let her go.
Okay, yeah, let her go.
Changing. Woot, woot.
When I started fishing here, I brought my sort of methods and knowledge from District 34, where we fish 10 pot trawls. So I'll have 10 traps in a string. They're 20 fathoms apart. That's 120 feet apart. So it's a pretty long stretch of line that we've got going.
This was a good spot, really good spot last year, so. It's if I stick to the plan, and I'm gonna stick to the plan.
Gail doesn't give in, but this time the ocean currents and luck are not on her side. At the end of the drop, her trawl seems to have settled on top of her competitors. Explanation: a fisherman has set his trawl of traps which are lying on the seabed. When Gail's boat drops her trawl with her lobster traps attached, her line covers the first fisherman's. When Gail pulls out her traps, the lines will immediately become tangled, creating a mass of knots that could lead to the traps being lost.
Shit!
Okay. I don't know. I saw Gary Now's buoys there. I'm not sure what happened there. We have a gentleman's agreement with the direction we set in to avoid situations like that. But it's going to happen sometimes. You set across someone else's trawl, and it's a tricky situation.
She has no choice but to call the owner of the other boat and tell him if she wants to stop him cutting all the lines when he discovers the tangle in the morning in the dark.
If you call them and you tell them you think you're close to them or on them, then if they do anything to your trawl, it's really bad. Yasmin B, Nellie Rowe, you on this one, Gary?
Yeah, right here, Gary.
I think I'm inside of you here with my number 18 trawl. I'm not quite sure, so I'll try to get here before you do if I can, but if not, let me know, would you?
All right, I'll give you a shit tomorrow.
Setting up here was a dangerous gamble for Gail. She's now at risk of losing 10 of the 250 traps allowed for the season. It's a bad day for a fisherman. Gail is on the verge of losing her gamble and risks a fine for setting off early. Desmond almost capsized and didn't get to the spot he'd wanted.
I'm crawl over here.
All right.
Crawl everywhere.
Everywhere.
As for Ollie, his line problems and his hesitation at the start made him lose a lot of time.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 10 of those? 7. What the fuck? I was wondering, I thought the last one there was the 10th one, but well, it sucks, but here we go. Beginning of chaos.
I definitely add to the chaos. I don't add to the organization, I'll tell you that.
I try my best to keep things organized, but it never fucking works.
The season got off to an inauspicious start for our fishermen, but they still have a few hours in which to dump their last traps and maybe find the spot that's worth its weight in gold. Because once their 250 traps are set, they'll only be allowed to raise them once a day to meet their targets. Several hours before the dumping is due to end, Gail and her boat Nellie Rowe are passing Cross Island on the home straight. Desmond, having dropped his first traps in the bay near Blue Rocks, ends dumping day opposite Eastern Point. As for Ollie, after some hesitation, he's hugging the west coast with 50 lobster traps to drop. After a very late start, the bay is littered with his competitors' buoys. And unfortunately, Ollie runs over another fisherman's line.
And there's a bit of a panic moment where, oh, I hope that thing goes clear. I hope we don't get snagged on it. Catastrophes always happen. It's like, or they could always happen. So you're always thinking about that. It sucks. That's like a major downfall.
If the line gets caught in the propeller, the season is over. At this precise moment, his only chance is to stop the engine immediately to prevent the line from becoming tangled in the propeller and seizing the engine.
I am constantly worried about catastrophe striking. My engine has a lot of hours on it. If it gets me through the season, I'll be thrilled.
On board, it's panic stations. Ollie has yet to drop his last 50 traps, night is falling, and his engine is at a standstill. Much further out than the others, off Cross Island, Gail's day is coming to an end thanks to her military-style organization.
I'm going to steam to the eastern here and get ready to set number 2.
She's taken a chance on dropping her lobster traps in very deep water,
Okay, let go.
in the belief that the crustaceans are more at home in depths of around 100 meters. It's a symbolic place for a fisherwoman, to which she makes an emotional return each year.
I guess I'll set the mama trawl now. I hope nobody else is there, because that's my mama's spot.
In 2016, November 16th, my mom passed away. She died at home. She fought cancer bravely, like amazingly well. It was about, a week and a half before the season opened. I just sort of went through the motions and I did it. Then setting day came. I remember the trawl number 19, I think it was. And I said, what am I gonna do with number 19? This looks like interesting bottom. And I looked up and said, this is for you, Mom. I'm setting this trawl for you.
Okay, let go.
And so first hauling day, it had 2 crates of lobsters in it. It was amazing. For a 10-pot trawl, that's pretty good for here. And it continued to fish for I don't know how many hauls. I didn't hardly have to shift it.
This one's for you, Ma.
The Bummer Trawl area has turned into an area that I call Mama Shoal now, because I brought other gear around there, and I had like 4 or 5 trawls there. It was just amazing. So that's Mama Shoal now, and I know that that's going to make my life easier every setting day, because I know I'm going to put some trawls there.
For Gail, this is the last line of traps to be dropped. All her lobster traps are now in place. The die is cast. The result will be known tomorrow.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 40, 50, 60, 70, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, they're all there. So, see what they do tomorrow.
Still 2 hours from Lunenburg, it's high time the crew of the Nellie Rowe headed for home. After an hour of struggling, the Muscoot's captain has managed to prevent the line from getting caught in the propeller. There's barely an hour till nightfall.
Where do you want to set those trawls? I don't know, I gotta think about it. You guys just get them ready.
To save time, he decides to rig 5 lobster traps together like the most experienced fisherman.
Yeah, what do you guys think?
Almost there. Yeah, this coil just needs to be passed.
Yeah, it was the first time that I had set trawls pre-rigged on my boat.
It's a complex method that requires skill and precision, neither of which is a strong point of our fisherman and his crew.
What's going on? Oh, yeah, that's a good idea, yeah. You guys know what you're doing. You know, there's a lot of little things to it, right? And how you set everything up, and, and everyone does it a little different.
The aim is to catch all the lobsters in the area and gain time by raising 5 traps at once.
Oh, you got a twist there, buddy? Yeah. Okay.
I can't put it through here, or else this is going to be on the other side of that. I just need to figure out.
However, if the line is lost, all 5 traps will sink to the ocean floor, leading to a total loss of some $5,000 over the season.
If you had done that with your grandfather and your father for 20 years, you know how much easier that would be?
Yep. Send that over.
All the same, our fisherman tries his luck.
You ready on that one, dude? Yep. Great, they're here for our first trawl. This is really exciting.
We probably could have done better, but the most important thing is just to get it in the water and get bait on it, and then you start fishing, right?
Only tomorrow, when he raises his first traps, will Ollie know whether his gamble has paid off. While the youngest captain in Lunenburg County is experiencing a chaotic dumping day, Desmond, known as the Quiet Strength, has laid all his traps and arrives back in port.
Put that back there, Angelo. That bait, put it back here.
Tonight he'll head out again to lift his first 250 lobster traps of the season.
A couple extra cages.
Oh, yeah.
So as to lose no time, the skipper is readying his vessel for departure. Fill the fuel tank, check the GPS coordinates, prepare the bait, and Desmond is all set. A well-oiled machine built on years of experience.
Tomorrow we'll meet here at the wharf at 5 o'clock, and they're calling for a fairly good forecast, and I think it should be a good day. There we are.
Last out, last in. The Muscoot's crew is exhausted on arrival back at port, and the day is about to get worse for our young captain, who in a lapse of concentration comes in too fast and too close to the pontoon.
We were coming into the wharf, and we had a lot of things, different things on our mind. Get caught. Holler, 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 holler. It just goes bing. That sucks. Didn't see that. We bumped the davit. This davit, which I didn't normally have overhanging outboard of the boat. This year I have this protrusion, and so the davit's totally fine, uninjured. Too many fucking cameras in my face. I'm like, fuck.
A broken pulley just a few hours before heading out again, it's really not his day. It's 6 p.m. By law, the crew must wait till after midnight to recover their first lobster traps. That's 6 hours in which Ollie and Aaron must repair the pulley, otherwise there is no way to raise the traps.
We just pops in and I had a spare ready to go, so we had to put the spare in.
Dumping day is over. All the traps are now set. Just a few hours to go until the most profitable day of the year. After a week's delay, our fishermen are raring to go. This is the moment of truth. Whose strategy will work best? Desmond is hoping to catch 700 kilos of lobster worth around 7,000 euros. A reasonable goal for the old sea dog who knows these waters like the back of his hand. Gale, the most determined of all, hopes to raise 1.5 tons of lobster. The ambitious captain wants to pull off the biggest catch in the whole port of Lunenburg. Lastly, the Muscoot is looking at a haul of 800 kilos for its first traps. Young Captain Ollie must not fail if he is to repay his debts. But will the first haul match up to our fishermen's hopes?
The first hauling day is I'm just super nervous. And super anxious and just feel half nauseous, like, oh my God, if I pull up that first trap comes up and it's got like 2 lobsters in it, I'm gonna be like, oh my God, my heart is gonna sink. My biggest fear is not getting lobsters.
Gale can wait no longer and casts off. She's hoping today's catch will total 1,500 kilos of lobster, which will fetch an estimated 15,000 euros when sold. However, as the most ambitious of all the captains, Gale will no doubt try to catch more. Ollie, having got his boat repaired at the last moment, is tired and nervous this morning. And the young captain knows that the first hauling days are vital and that it's no holds barred.
People do all kinds of things to each other. Yeah, they cut their lines, they cut your gear, tie knots in your gear if they don't like you.
Our outsider is wary. As a newcomer, he's not universally liked. His forecast is modest. He hopes to haul 800 kilos of lobster today and would like to pocket the 8,000 euros that go with it. 6 a.m. All the boats are at sea. All, that is, except Des, who seems unperturbed.
How we doing this morning?
Good. How are you?
Good.
In relaxed mood, the crew of the Fundy Jewel are taking their time.
Cecil and I are kind of quiet in the boat, unless we're carrying on or something like that.
I thought we had a spare bucket.
We did.
What happened to it?
He's in no hurry. An extra 2 hours gives the lobsters even more time to fill his traps, especially the last ones he set.
My strategy, I'm going to start with my inside gear, simply because we're going to start in the dock a little bit. We're going to have about maybe 3.5 hours of hauling in the dock. Today for the first haul, I'm hoping for about 1,500 pack.
700 kilos of lobster, if sold at the desired price of 10 euros a kilo, makes a day's takings of 7,000 euros cash for the skipper. Gail is finally approaching her zone off Cross Island. Ollie is switching between two areas, mainly on the west coast. As for Desmond, he is bedding on the mouth of Lunenburg Bay near Blue Rocks. Meanwhile, a few miles away, an entirely new crew is preparing to set out. Stonehurst, at the other end of the Cape. For generations, this has been home to one of the region's oldest lines of seamen, headed by Captain Craig Tanner.
When I grew up in my father's house, I mean, we jumped out of bed and into the boat. First time I went fishing with Dad would have been, oh boy, 6 or 7. We're a fishing family. You know, we've fished, I mean, everybody in my family, right back as far as I know, always fished. So, I mean, it's just been a handed-down tradition, you know.
It seemed like it was okay, but all we had was a boat and a compass. But anyway, we got around. It didn't seem no different then, didn't know any better.
This season, Craig, the captain of the Melissa Ann, is looking to haul 10 tons of lobster with a turnover of around 100,000 euros. It's a modest goal, but several difficult years have made a dent in his capital. Captain Craig has no choice but to employ his retired father and a young crew member, Logan.
The young fellow that's 23, fishing with me, he's learning and he's working out really well. I mean, he wants to go fishing. He's got the drive to go fishing.
My grandfather was a fisherman, and anyways, I said I'd go get a trade after high school, but I said after that I'm going fishing. So I didn't even graduate yet, and I put an ad on Facebook saying I was looking for a job, and not even 10 minutes later, the first couple days wasn't real nice either. I was over the side more than I was paying gloves. Went home that night and I said, what have I got myself into?
It gets better.
Oh, yeah.
His first year, like every time it was rough, he got sick, but he kept at it. He never stopped. He kept working, but he worked his way through it.
To reduce his costs further, Craig has his own pontoon, so has no mooring costs like his competitors. But every day he has to cross a tidal channel. Arriving a few minutes early or late could prove fatal to the hull of the Melissa Ann.
The worst thing that happened to us would have been last spring, the 20th of April. We went in for a trap, and when we went to back away from the rock, we backed into another rock, and I smashed the skeg off my boat. And the boat started to sink. There was nobody really around. Not many people were fishing in the wintertime anymore, and the guy that owned the boat didn't have real great electronics, but I happened to have a cell phone. I managed to get a hold of my parents, got a hold of my father, and they called Coast Guard or RCMP. And so I had to get airlifted off the boat, brought into High Sea King of all things. Said I just would not be here.
For this first day's haul, Craig has set a target of 500 kilos for which he hopes to earn 5,000 euros.
Which way do I start on this mess today?
That'd be a good day.
The first haul of lobsters is always a crucial moment for the fishermen, who have dreamt of nothing else for months. It will either vindicate or totally undermine their strategy. Ollie arrives at the first GPS location. It's a new spot, unknown to him.
And I'm exploring spots that I've never been. So yeah, it makes running the boat like way more interesting.
Here we go, first trap of the season.
Oh boy. Woo!
Here we go.
Exploring the ocean depths is perhaps Ollie's best chance of seeing his lobster traps fill up. It's the first haul of the season.
Couple nice lobsters there, first one of the season.
And it's off to a good start.
2, 3, 4, 5. Looking okay, boys. We're catching up a little here. First couple, it's looking all right. Happy with that.
Each lobster is carefully measured. Less than 8.7 centimeters, and it must be returned to the sea.
It won't hang. It's no good. No good. Really close.
The first haul is good. No fewer than 10 lobsters per trap, and some fine specimens to boot.
Oh yeah.
That's a nice one. How long is a piece of string? We might need some jumbos.
Starting with a third line, as usual, Ollie runs into problems.
Got a snag come through.
The crew are paying for their lack of organization on dumping day. It takes them several minutes to untangle the knot. More time lost for these seamen who seriously need to up their game. On board the Nellie Rowe, Kath is hard at work on the first fishing line.
The anticipation of like waiting for that first pot to come up is huge.
What I would like to see is at least, I'd like to see about 15 pounds per pot, really.
Gail is hoping for 7 kilos per trap, and with a first line like this one, she will easily achieve her goal.
It's a big one in there, Kat.
Look in the end, Gail.
I see it. When I'm hauling, I have my head out the window and I'm looking at every trap and I'm trying to see what's in it before it even breaks the surface.
Woohoo! I like it, I like it. Yeah, it's good.
On the deck, the lobster traps are stacking up. Gail uses the trawl method, in which 10 lobster traps are attached to each line. They have to get the lobsters out fast before the next trap arrives.
Just like spin with it, put it on the rail, like spin it all the way around.
Their goal is nearly met with just this first line, which yields 60 kilos of lobster.
It's okay. It's our best would have been a little bit better than that, but it's still a pretty good start. It was in a spot that did really, really well last year. We were kind of banking on that spot coming through again and happy with those first 3 pots. But
Hard shell, I think?
mostly.
Okay. It's what we want. How are we feeling about that string?
Not bad.
Not too bad?
I was relieved. I felt like the catch was actually quite good. And then my goal is like, okay, I just got to keep this catch up.
Yeah, try not to tear the legs off of them or anything like that, because we can't, they'll die. So I know it's hard, but it's all right. We'll take our time, don't worry.
Once out of the water, the lobsters must immediately be neutralized in order to prevent them tearing each other apart. An injured lobster is an unsellable lobster, and the young recruit, surprised by the aggression of the creatures, is losing precious time. Kira will need to speed up if she's going to last the season on board. Luckily, Kath is always on the lookout and comes to her rescue to prevent carnage among the lobsters.
Usually, if I can, I grab them by the body and then slide my hand up, so you just pull their claws together like that. So you kind of got your hand right over their eyes.
The Nellie Rose young crew would appear to be Gail's only weak link. On board the Fundy Jewel, the lobsters are giving no quarter. Cecil and Des may well be old sea dogs, but when the catch fights back, it hurts.
Is the lobster aggressive? Yeah, very aggressive. You got to be very fast sometimes when you get 8 or 10 on the banding table.
You hot? Yes, it is. Oh, no close thing.
They hurt. Don't worry. When you feel that pain, you're going to get it off some. And sometimes you get pissed off, you slam it against the rail, you let go.
A lobster has a pincher, a ripper, or whatever you want to call it, and a crusher, and that's they crush and they cut. You don't want the lobsters biting each other and you know, cracking the shells and stuff like that, because them lobsters will die and you don't get paid for dead lobsters.
It's an excellent start for Desmond, whose strategy has proved successful. Early in the day, he has already landed 150 kilos of lobster. But can he keep it up? The night before, to avoid capsizing, the crew had to quickly drop around 20 traps at random. It's time for the superstitious captain to raise them.
I like to see a nice, you know, pot of lobsters coming. It makes you feel good. You know, you're saying to yourself, well, we're going to have a good run here today. So.
Seeing a full trap would augur well for those still to come.
Not crazy. Not crazy.
Unfortunately for the skipper, what few lobsters there are much too small.
When I see and what I mean by a skunk, an empty trap, or no, it's not a good feeling. A little disappointed, but keep chugging.
On board the Melissa Ann, Craig will find out if his shallow water strategy has paid off.
You seize them, do you?
I don't know if they're ours or not. They should be ours. That's us.
That's us.
Flip the switch.
Every day, Craig has a target to meet before the low tide prevents him returning home.
Today, my hopes for today ain't real high. I'm hoping if we can get 150 or 160 pounds a day with the weather that we had, I'll call it good. I'd like to see about 2 crates if we can get it. I mean, that's reasonable.
But there are no lobsters here either. Craig, who has been here before, remains positive despite the high financial stakes.
It's fishing. It can change from one day to the next or from year to year. Oh, this one has more. But when you go out and you're getting less than a crate, I mean, it's not paying nobody. That's if it is trouble. Oh, I got one over this spot. Now you're shooting bands at me. Now you're shooting bands at me. We never seen no soft shell lobster where I'm fishing at. And we don't see no big lobsters. That's a telltale sign that the water is cold. Biggest challenge for this season here has been the cold weather. Cold, you know, because I mean, we started off at a water temperature approximately from 12 to 14 degrees below what it's been average for the last probably 6, 7 years, you know?
Dumping day being put back 5 days means that in Nova Scotia, The cold has set in.
Roughly 2.5 to 3 degrees.
Shoal water gets colder quicker than deep water in the fall. Shoal water warms up quicker than deep water in the spring. So in the fall of the year, we go deep. So we chase them out, and then we try to catch them when they come in.
The lobsters have noticed and moved to deeper water. A strategic error for which Craig pays a high price, but he's not alone. Contrary to expectations, nothing is going right on the Nelly Row either. After a great first line, Gail is catching almost nothing. Our fisherwoman is concerned by the scarcity.
Then you have that, and that just takes your average right down. That's not like it. Yeah, it's pretty patchy. You know, you get a really good trap and then a trap with 2 or 3, and it's just, that's not a great sign.
If you had a pot that did exceptionally well, say it had 25 pounds in it, often the next trap will have like 2 lobsters in it. For some reasons, you know, the lobsters congregated to that one trap and the one adjacent to it, they didn't. So I found the fishing a bit patchy.
Yeah, it makes it tough when you get such a mixed results.
The first season we had 12 trolls that did absolutely nothing, and the other 13 were really, really good. So it was easy to know what to do that year. And this year just wasn't like that. There was really no clear sign of what to do.
A problem with the traps, the site, or simply a lack of lobsters. Stress levels are rising and danger is ever present.
Don't stand in that line. Don't stand in that line. Get out of there.
Get out of there! Don't ever go near there!
Whilst the atmosphere on the Nelly Row is tense, in Lunenburg Bay, spirits are low. The fishermen are all catching less than expected. They don't understand why.
Hello. Listen, you want to call David Tanner up, tell him...
Is the season under threat?
You've seen some signs that, okay, something's not 100% right here.
Never before have there been so few lobsters on the first day.
Oh, I see you now. How was your day?
Oh, my day is good, but the catch is down.
Yeah, we're finding the same thing. Anyway, go through the process, I guess.
Yeah, okay, clear.
Thank you.
Fisherman is a hunter, a gatherer. They take great pride and have a very competitive spirit to go out and catch the most fish. They're outwitting the lobsters and they're thinking and they learn the bottom, they know the bottom, they have this all mapped out. But the really cool thing about fishing is you think you got it all figured out and then it changes. And why?
Why? That's the question troubling Desmond and Cecil. The traps are coming up and they're all the same. Empty or almost, 1 or 2 lobsters per trap.
Gee, God. A little disappointment in these traps. Yeah, they're not good.
What's happened to him? The quiet strength who knows the bay like the back of his hand.
I usually go to my same old spot, so maybe it's time for a little of a change up here and there, but...
I was hoping for 10, that would give me 1,500 back. Doesn't look that way.
The skipper needs to lower his expectations.
I'm hoping for that, 1,500, but I don't think. But I'd be very happy with 1,000. That's about average for the first day. But I thought it would be more because everything was in our favor, but I don't know.
A few miles away, opposite eastern points where Desmond is fishing. Ollie, the outsider, carries blindly on with his lower grade kit and no strategy except to go where no one else goes. The day is progressing well.
There's lobsters everywhere at the beginning of the season. There's definitely places that are better than others, but there's lobsters everywhere.
The big lobsters keep coming.
Big guy. Ancient.
3 kilos. 3 kilos and they're still coming. These jumbo lobsters with bodies the size of your arm have chosen the beginner's traps this year. Special precautions are required. 2 elastic bands so they can't chop up the smaller lobsters if they get free.
So I always go for the cutter claw first because this one's much faster. They can't even barely move, that guy.
The atmosphere on the Muscoot is as good as ever, and they're working well even if not everything is smooth.
Fuck yeah! That's wicked!
Sometimes if it's really tight, you gotta grab it and hand it to me, because otherwise I get the gaff in the face eventually.
I realize it's just like I'm not used to having someone behind me, because like otherwise the gaff would just go back there. I just pull it and throw it like that, but I'm gonna like.
Yeah, I try to be friends with my crew. I want to be on good terms with them. I like the idea of us working together rather than them working for me, and I always express that to them when we start.
Things are very different for Craig. Fishing is a very unpredictable profession. Danger, like all problems, comes at the worst time. The Melissa Ann is taking on water. The engine has to be stopped.
Take her out of gear, Dad.
Hold my legs.
Hold your legs. I'll give you a shove.
In the hold, the water is rising and the pump isn't coping.
Okay, take her out. That day there, we had a leak aboard the boat there back in my steering gear, what they call the rudder stock. It's been backing off and on since I had the accident with the boat. I got the mooring in the blades off in the channel there and tied the boat up. And I must have tore my bearings clear. I was just trying to check and see, trying to make sure it was only the one place that the water was coming in.
Go, Dave.
Tell him to jump in the gear for a minute.
For lack of funds, Craig failed to properly repair the leak. He decides to return to port immediately. No more fishing today.
One more to check. I'll check that on the way home. So I decided to give him a call to see if we could find some kind of a quick fix for it. Good morning, sir. How are you? What's your schedule like now? Okay, well, I'm going to put my boat up around there to Austin Greens for the night because we come out here. I tightened it up yesterday, but we're leaking. By the time I got out here, I was leaking again, so. Later, whatever works for you. I mean, if you're in Lunenburg and just give me a jingle when you're ready to hit down.
It's game over for Craig, who hasn't reached his target. With 50 kilos, he won't make any money today and has lost 4,500 euros of expected takings.
At 100-pound lobsters, I'm working for free. I'm breaking even. The bills are paid, but I'm not taking anything home.
Don't stand in that line. Don't stand in that line. Get out of there.
Get there! Out of there! Don't ever go near there!
Kira, the new recruit, nearly got her foot caught in the line. With the speed and weight of the traps, she would have been dragged straight to the bottom.
I have to be super conscious of watching what they're doing.
Okay?
The big danger is them getting, of course, entangled in the ropes and going over with the traps, which is just a nightmare.
Don't know, man. A lot of pressure on the Momotrol this year.
But Gail's troubles aren't over. As well as a smaller than expected catch, she's approaching a line she set the day before, which might be tangled with another fisherman's line.
Maybe they'll be here. Maybe this is where they are.
Maybe.
Bad news, the two lines are entangled.
Oh, Somebody over us?
Yep. Yep.
A rival's line is wrapped around Gail's. The captain can't bring up her traps.
Can you see it? Do you see it?
Yep, it's on the pot.
Can you get it? Make sure you grab it.
It's under the boat.
Was it a trawl?
Yeah, I think so.
It's Devin's buoy line. Okay, you're gonna...
She risks losing her own 10 traps, as well as those belonging to the other fishermen.
I find that stressful, and I try to keep myself pretty calm because it's a dangerous situation in that there's a lot of strains involved. You're dealing with hydraulics. You've got crew hanging over the side trying to clear pots, fingers and getting in there and that sort of thing. So it's a tricky situation.
Can you have a knife?
Yeah.
Cut it, please. Hold this. Give me your knife. Hold the other side.
Yeah,
This side. This side.
I treat their gear the way I want them to treat my gear. And I can just slide it down on my rope and hold it and cut my trawl and put it back together and release his.
Okay?
Yeah. Well, it's not going to come out.
Well, it might. We give it some slack and let it...
Just don't lose this end because I might have to tie it off and cut it off with my...
yeah, it's gonna come now.
Did you get it? Get it.
Yep, we got it.
Here you go. Throw it.
Yep.
After 30 stressful minutes, Gail and Kath managed to untangle the lines. It took drastic steps, cutting and retying the line in several places in order to save their 10 traps and those of the other fishermen.
Nice work. Very good work. I knew I was going to have trouble with that thing as soon as I saw it.
Kath can now bring up the traps.
That looks all right.
That was pretty good, eh?
Yep.
Excellent, even. The Nellie Rowe seems to be in luck again. The traps Gail nearly lost are full of lobsters.
Woo! Got a jumbo! Nice big boy. Adds a few pounds to the trap.
Desmond is coming up to the last traps. He hasn't reached his target, but he has high hopes for this last sight, which is special to him.
I have 2 traps for grandchildren. And whenever I get into traps for the grandchildren, I give them the money for the lobster. I don't choose the spot. I just pick out 2 random pots and I mock them. And them pots is theirs for the entire season. And what I catch out of them, I'll give their money for, for their education fund or whatever they want to do with it. Kids trap. Huh? The kids trap.
The kids trap.
Jesus. Right. Keep track of what you think will weight, Trevor.
17 pounds, Trevor.
No, it ain't. You tell me the truth. Ah!
You got them all worked up, Trevor. Don't worry, you keep track and you take them out.
I see them.
Family means everything to Des. So when he opens the traps and his luck changes, it's reassuring.
Yeah, it's a good way to finish the day off.
It's back to port with a disappointing catch. He was hoping for 700 kilos. In the end, he got 550 from his 250 traps. A bad start for the old sea dog.
I said, well, maybe if I'd have set some traps here or done something a little different, I might have got my goal, but can't change it.
Gail isn't giving up. She's still out trying to make up for lost time and counting on her secret weapon. 3 lines of 10 traps, which she claims have magic powers. This is the Mama Trawl in memory of her deceased mother.
That's more like it.
The women's efforts seem to be bearing fruit. The line is full of large lobsters.
That's what we like to see. Gail, almost every one of these traps that's had lobsters had big lobsters in it. They get bigger ones.
That's why I say get a Scopie on it. Just that's good, right? That's good. Oh yeah, baby. We're in the gutter, baby, in the gutter. That's a good pot. Now, Scott, if they could all be like that, you'd be doing all right.
As the season begins, the Mama Trawl's lucky star is still keeping watch on the Nellie Row.
Yes, yes, yes.
Over 9 kilos of lobster per trap, a miraculous catch. If Gail gets a good price for these lobsters, this one line could make her $2,000, but will it be enough to reach her target? Despite the last line's bumper yield, Gail loses her bet and finishes the day with 1,224 kilos of the precious crustacean, 300 kilos under today's target of 1,500. Ollie is the last one back into port. The young man, for the first time in the competition, seems confident. Will Ollie surprise us? Having set out to catch 500 kilos of lobster, the young captain seems to be the only one to have had a successful day.
How you doing? Oh, yeah. I'm good. You good? Yeah, I'm good. Good.
3 crates. Then 3 more. That's 9 already. In total, Ollie filled 18 crates. Once weighed, it comes to 1,270 kilos. The young captain has exceeded his expectations, 400 kilos above his target. Great news and a lot more money than expected.
Selling the first 2 days, it pays my bills, it pays my debt. You know, I have a few debts around town, even bills for electronics and that kind of stuff. And just getting those lobsters sold the first 2 days, no questions. That's what I like to do the first 2 days. All right, we're out of here. You coming, Jake?
Yep. All right.
Ollie is the only person to have achieved his target. Desmond, Gail, and Craig didn't have a successful dumping day. Not only did the unfortunate captain of the Melissa Ann fail to reach his target, he also has to spend $350 on repairs.
No, that looks like a good idea to me. Not big enough today.
No, not big enough today.
He can go out again tomorrow, but will the old tub last the season?
Come on.
Canada, Nova Scotia. For 1 week, our 4 crews have left the port of Lunenburg every night. 1 week at sea, and several tons of lobsters already been collected in their traps. In this 6-month race against the clock, December is the most important month for the lobster fishermen. It will determine their turnover for the whole season. In this first month, everyone has their own target to meet. Gail aims to catch 25 tons of lobsters during the 6-month season, with 10 tons being caught in December, 40% of her target for the year. Ollie aims to bring in 8 of the 15 tons he hopes to achieve during the season before Christmas. With a target of 10 tons for the whole year, Desmond is counting on catching a minimum of 4.5 tons of lobsters in December. Same goal for Craig, with 4.5 tons in December and 10 tons by the end of the year. So, who will succeed in rising to the challenge? December is a dangerous month for our fishermen. Storms, boats put under severe strain, and freezing weather are on the agenda. "5 in the morning. As usual, Gail is already at sea, but today she has an unexpected guest, the Arctic cold.
I think the wind chill's around -16 or something like that this morning. So it's not pleasant. I'm racing against winter. The water temperatures are really low.
But Gail, who fishes a long way from the coast, isn't worried. Her traps set offshore in deep water should escape the cold, the enemy of lobsters, and consequently fishermen.
In sea smoke, what we call sea smoke, when the air is a lot colder than the water temperature is, there's a big difference in the warm waters making condensation sort of happening there, and it's forming into what almost looks like a fog or smoke on top of the water. It's beautiful, but it means it's really cold.
She's anticipated the problem of the cold by bringing boxes with insulated compartments.
Lobsters aren't going to survive very long today when they come out of the water. Got to get them in the insulated box right away. Trying to keep it alive.
The cold really affects the way we work on the Nelly Row, especially. Gail's very conscious of keeping a good, healthy product. Banding the lobsters and getting them put away becomes the priority. So we always try and get those lobsters away and out of the cold as quickly as possible.
With a target of 10 tons of lobsters for the month of December, Gail spends nearly 17 hours at sea each day, and the cold weather doesn't change a thing.
So now my strategy is I'm moving off further. I'm at 55, 60 fathom. And I'm going to leave tonight. I'm going to go offshore where I found lobsters last year. Basically, I just want to keep my catch up as long as I can.
She's put down a few lines of experimental traps, a little further offshore in deeper water, a new strategy that could prove lucrative or financially disastrous.
If you go prospecting and you're putting 10 traps on the line and taking them out of the game if you miss, sort of thing, and that's lost time and revenue and all that. But you have to do that too. You've got to search around. You've got to look. You've got to chase the lobsters.
Okay, one more, and then we'll set them off and grab it. You guys grab it.
Gail soon sees the problem. Under the ocean, 35 meters down, her line has crossed that of another fisherman. One of the worst things that could happen is that the line, by wrapping around the trap, will damage the propeller of the boat, which would mean the end of the season for her. Gail will have to risk everything to avoid this disaster.
Desi, bring that other knife there.
Meanwhile, Desmond and Cecil, his sailor, seem to be having a bad day. The cold is paralyzing them and above all, worrying them. From experience, they know that their traps set closer to the coast, so in shallow waters, may not see the slightest flick of a lobster's tail.
That's part of the game. I don't have to go. I just go.
Yelling. Look at the snow blowing all.
Put my hood up, Gilly.
I hate this job. I really will. I know exactly how you feel.
In this freezing weather, the boats covered in frost become heavier and more dangerous. The slippery deck is conducive to falls, which would leave our sailors no chance.
There we are.
Another problem, and by no means the least, the freezing cold and the wind will kill the lobsters within a few minutes of them leaving the water. To keep his catch alive, Desmond has brought a much more rudimentary technique than Gale's into play: a storage tank warmed by the engine.
Because it's cold, they'll freeze it out. You can't take this cold. So we keep the water until we're back in Lunenburg, and then we'll bring them up and put them right back in the home stretch.
With a target of 4.5 tons for the month of December and badly placed traps, our skipper has no time to lose. There's only the two of them to reposition their line further out in deep water, where the temperatures are more favorable to the lobster's lifestyle.
That's the way it is.
Desmond and Cecil will have to review their strategy. December provides 50% of their turnover, and they will have to go out and reset their 250 traps.
We're going to steam now for about 3 miles. Where are we going? We're going out to Cross Island, outside, try to beat that wind that's coming, so we'll see.
To make up for the start of this disastrous season, Desmond is betting on one of his favorite areas, but will it be fruitful this time? Ollie is in a happy mood. The cold isn't affecting his troops' morale. Their flying start to the season is motivating them more than ever.
You guys are like penguins back there. Like the two penguins.
Whether it's bravado to impress the other boats or a way to reassure his own crew, the young captain of the Mascoute will have to cope with the cold.
Looks like we have a really dirty week this week. We might have like one day of good fishing, and then there's another blow next weekend, so that has potential to drive the price up, which is really good.
If Ollie is upbeat, it's because he's just heard the first rumors about the price of lobsters. 1 kilo of crustaceans could sell for more than €9 compared to 8 in previous years.
They're starting at probably around $7.50 a pound. That's incredible. That's a great price.
It's amazing.
All right, here we go.
A price that would allow him to pay off the loan for his boat and license faster. To enter the competition, Ollie had to borrow more than $1 million.
The guys work hard for their money, but it is a very seasonal business. They got huge investments and huge mortgages on these boats, and the license is $500,000 or more. So, you know, $1 million investment to get into a business, you can go out and slog your brains out and, you know, have to contend with Mother Nature every day.
Reassured by his first week of fishing, he has increased his target to nearly 8 tons for the month of December, almost as much as Gale.
That's a nice one. Wow.
The fishing starts well. Our novice captain's lucky star is still shining. The lobsters are piling up.
There were a lot of lobsters and not a lot of people, right? That's what I'm looking for.
All right, here we go.
Only a few traps and the crew have already pulled in nearly 40 kilos of lobsters, including several jumbos, giants that can weigh up to 4 kilos each.
Yeah, it's awesome.
A godsend for the sailor who has almost forgotten about the cold
Dude, fuck. Short?
and the extreme temperatures threatening the life of these precious crustaceans.
Fuck, that's small. Is he dead? They was in there for a while. How are those guys doing? They got enough water on them? Fuck.
Ollie has forgotten about the cold, an oversight that might cost him dearly. He could see his lobsters dying one by one. Although Ollie has been able to leave the channel without problems, it's a different story for Craig. The last to leave this morning, Craig Tanner, like the others, must face the cold.
Whatever you do, I don't care if the boat goes or not. Put the heater on.
To get the heating going, they have to start the engine, but our sailor's old boat is also having trouble warming up.
Well, yeah, other than getting a new one. But for me to spend $500,000 on another boat just doesn't really turn me on a whole lot. If you keep the upkeep onto it, you know, you get bad spots, you fix it, and it should be good for another 20 years. I mean, the boat's 32 years old now, so.
Well.
After a difficult start to the season, a leak that almost sunk him and lobsters that seem to be fleeing his traps, Craig is determined to change the game.
My goal, well, have a good, clean season, no problems, you know, catch a few lobsters, make a little money. I mean, make life smoother for a change.
With only a few hundred kilos in a week, it's far from the 4.5 tons he set as his target in December. So our affable captain has no choice but to go out every day.
Yeah, it was too cold this morning.
In theory, his geographical position should protect him from the wind, and his proximity to the open sea allows him to save time reaching the bay and the ocean. But contrary to his hopes, the elements seem to be conspiring against him.
Icy ice!
Craig has had to wait until high tide to set off, leaving the ice time to set in.
Hopefully there's not too much ice.
Are you gonna get it? I don't know if we're gonna get to that.
We're on fishing here at the Stonehurst there. If we get a real cold snap and the wind's here in a northerly direction, and it's really cold and the wind dies out overnight, we can freeze up overnight and that could be it.
Stonehurst Bay is in the process of literally freezing over. The Arctic cold could trap our sailor.
See what happens.
This cold weather ain't helping the situation any.
No.
It's not too much ice, and we got gear in the water. We try to keep it open if the wind allows us to. But I said if it gets really cold and we get froze in, we're there. We're stuck in the ice till it gives in.
How long has it been since it froze up and through here?
4 or 5 years. I said 2014, I think that was. We was froze in for 3 weeks. We could not get out to the gear. All right, we're up here and have a look at it.
Yeah, all I can do is try.
Yeah.
Well, that's all we can do.
Our sailors will test the resistance of the ice to see if the boat can break its way through.
Stop, stop.
If Craig is going slowly, it's because the ice is very thick, between 10 and 15 centimeters.
Jesus Christ.
It could damage the old boat. Razor sharp, it could open it up like an old tin can.
I don't want to go. Yeah.
After one attempt, our sailors give up and leave this icy news.
Okay, we're clear. Okay. Yeah, another day shot.
Another day done and deeper in debt.
Yeah. Oh well, there'll be another day.
Jesus.
It's the end of the day for Craig. Our captain's run of bad luck is continuing and putting him under pressure. One less day of fishing means more money out of the window. Despite his boundless optimism, Craig is losing patience. Return to the Nellie Row, where we find Gail and Kath struggling with one of their lines.
You grab it? You guys grab it?
The most dangerous thing is, and I know of a captain who lost his life just maybe 5 or 6 years ago. He was caught in that snarl. His crew didn't know how to handle it. And once he was pulled overboard in the snarl, the crew didn't know what to do with the boat to get him back. And he drowned.
One by one, Gail will pull up her traps, taking care to keep the boat directly above them, separating them from the main line so as not to lose them.
I've got to keep my boat over top of that trawl all the time, too. That's vitally important.
One after the other, she recovers her last traps, controlling the position of her boat, which is pitching under the weight of the line, trapped on the seabed underneath another trawl. But this time, Gail will have to sacrifice her ballast rope, which is hopelessly entangled in the other fisherman's line.
Then good old ingenuity has to, take place, and you think, okay, my rope's too short. What can I do to make my rope longer? Oh, I could bend another rope onto that rope, and then it will be longer.
Hey, there you go. So that knot that I tie is called a fisherman's knot or a water knot. It's got a few names, lover's knot. We actually tied that knot at our wedding, which is really funny. It's a really strong knot, and it goes through the hauler, which is the main thing for us. And not very pretty, but it works. It makes the rope just as strong, basically, as it was before. So,
watch yourself on that splice there.
It's an incident that has lost Gail precious time. The crew will have to work fast if they want to pull up the 250 traps before midnight.
We're almost there, almost ready. I'll grab number 13 now, I think.
Having failed to reach his target at the start of the season, Des has changed his strategy by setting traps around Kokum's Island, and it's paying off. By the end of this mid-December day, he has harvested more than 300 kilos of lobster, almost 3.5 tons since the beginning of the season, a personal record for the skipper.
Fishing's going pretty good compared to what I thought it would be. I guess the captain's happy, I'm happy.
It can mean two things. It can mean it's a lot of lobsters, or it could mean that, okay, you're going to have a severe drop-off, in the next few days.
Just working my way inside. Anybody good enough, do we see your eggs? Okay, I know. Oh, cold. It's cold.
And to earn more money, our old sea dog knows from experience that you have to hang on to your lobsters until the prices rise. It's here, in this huge cage, a lobster car in fisherman's jargon, that Desmond is hiding his treasure.
The lobster car that I store my lobsters in is mine, and I didn't buy it. My friend and I built it ourselves, so it didn't cost me a whole lot of money, but it's made me some money over the last few years. We have a weird system. Our buyers don't seem to want to give up on their prices the first week, and that's one of the reasons why I built it, because I don't sell no lobster until I know what I'm getting for her. So.
Lobsters can be kept alive in a car like this for several weeks or even months. Desmond packs them into 50-kilo crates. The lobsters are kept apart in the car to stop them from killing each other. Submerged a few meters deep, they are no longer at risk from the cold. They stop feeding and go into a state of semi-hibernation from which they will emerge when Desmond comes to collect them. He just has to get them out when the purchase price suits him. But for the moment, the price of lobsters isn't even known.
All it is, to be honest with you, is a pain in the ass for everybody. If the buyers will pay the right price from the start, instead of robbing everybody. Myself personally, I think it's a big joke. Who else works for something that don't even know what they're getting paid? They could give you $2 or, whatever. That's the story. Hey, Desi.
That's the truth.
If we set price, that'd be it. Some people around the shore just can't hold them. And down the western shore in places they fish, well, it freezes in right fast. So.
Thanks to his giant safe, Desmond can manage his catch from day to day, but not everyone is so lucky.
Yeah, it's true. We sold the first couple of days with no price, but yeah, it didn't feel like I was going to get ripped off, and it feels good to have some lobsters in the bank sold and some money earned.
Ollie doesn't really have a choice. In debt, he has to sell his lobsters, which stored in large tanks on board his boat could freeze.
Hey, Bob.
So every night, he meets his buyer on the quay to play a tight game.
I don't feel like unusually loyal to them, but they're in town, and he does do me favors throughout the off season when I need to use the hoist to put the mast in my sailboat or some little thing like that. Those guys are always right there.
Since dumping day, the first day of fishing, Ollie has been selling his lobsters blind. The official price set by the wholesalers' consortiums isn't known, so Ollie has to trust his buyer, who pays for part of the goods in advance.
As it comes on, but great. What's the latest with the price? What do you know?
These guys are at the mercy of the buyers. So what that does, it turns around and allows the buyers to set the price as low as they possibly can.
It's crazy here, eh? It's not good? What do you mean?
Since the first day of fishing, Ollie has already delivered 5 tons of lobsters to his buyer, who promised him a floor price of €9 per kilo. But if prices soar overnight with the announcement of the official rate, will his buyer agree to revise his offer? It's the crux of the negotiation, a poker game in which he has to play it tight.
But was the price actually $6 the first few days?
What, this year?
Yeah.
No.
It wasn't. Well, I know it's not going to be $9. It's going to be like $8, right?
Between me and you,
yeah.
Here's what I'm thinking. You're going to get $8.
Well, I'm hoping to get at least that.
But I mean, this guy's paying $9.
Right now.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to decide tomorrow?
Yep.
Well, everything we sold you from day one, it's all going to be one price?
Yep.
That's the plan?
Yep. 70K.
Yeah, okay.
Right.
Well, we'll see. So I guess, yeah, we'll find out tomorrow, but...
The rumor of a very high price this year is gaining ground on the Lunenburg docks, and Ollie is depending on it to settle his debts and his investment.
I doubt it'll be $9. I think everyone would be surprised if he's $9. I think $8 is probably pretty reasonable. If it's $7.50, then I'll be a little pissed off.
"3 in the morning, and Gail arrives on the quay after just a few hours rest. And for once, she's not the only one. All the sailors are there. Last night, they found out the price set by the wholesalers, and everyone has had a hard time sleeping.
The most amazing thing to me right now is price.
Anybody never expected this year.
I didn't think we were going to get to that.
My God, I've never seen prices like this ever in my life in the industry.
It's crazy.
It's crazy. It's craziness.
7 or 8 years ago, $3.25.
All the buyers have got orders for, for Christmas season, New Year's, Valentine's, and so it's blowing my mind. I had never seen such high prices for the opening of a season before. It's just awesome.
€12.5 per kilo. Unbelievable. It's never been known before. Many of the fishermen will be emptying their lobster cars in the coming days and selling a large part of their catch. Money will be flowing freely on the quays of Lunenburg. But for now, they have to think about the fishing day ahead, and it looks bad. The snow has been replaced by rain, and the cold might well be joined by a storm, which should arrive during the day.
It looks like a real peach of a day. We're just jogging out the bay now, and we've got sideways rain. And by the feel of the way of motion of the boat, I would say we got a big sea running outside. It's not going to be a nice day, I don't think, weather-wise. Be careful. It's going to be a challenging day. Just wait till he comes back, Kath. Okay. Nice pot.
Right, now, go.
Okay, watch yourself. Get her on. Yep. Okay, all good.
For Desmond, who wants to avoid this storm as much as possible, time is short.
If you don't grind when the weather's good, you're fucked. You gotta go.
Desmond knows the dangers of a raging sea, but the announcement of 12.5 euros for a kilo of lobster is driving him more than reason, and he decides to go out.
Oh my, oh my.
If Cecil is in a bad mood, it is because storms bring up bad memories for him. Captain of his boat a few years ago, Cecil experienced a personal tragedy.
I sailed for all them years. I had to look after anywhere from 16 to 19 men on the boat, so they listened to what I told them. And I've lost a crew member on George's Bank one time. But I'd rather not talk about that.
Wounds that never heal. 6 years later, the pain is still there, and Cecil will never be captain again. So when it comes to going out in bad weather, he leaves it to the skipper, Desmond.
He says, go, we go. He says, come, we come. Right?
Right here, Desi.
Yeah, how's it looking, Gary?
Not bad. A little bit of wind, but I don't think it's much wind.
Yeah, okay then. Thanks a lot. Every season there's risk in it, you know. Fishing itself is one big risk. It's a high-risk game. It's an expensive game to be in. The other risk is it going to be any lobster or isn't it going to be any lobster? That's bad.
Extreme conditions that can be dangerous, especially when you're not prepared for them. Which is the case for Ollie, who has gone blindly off to sea without consulting the weather forecast or considering the danger. He has no idea what's about to befall him.
It's a warm air, man. I think this could be a good day.
While all the other sailors are glued to their smartphones in view of the looming storm, Ollie has some problems.
Goddamn phone company cut off my data yesterday for some fucking reason. Never happened to me before until I changed my plan. I got a new cell phone package or whatever, and like a week before the season, and not thinking that it would impact my life at all. But then I got a message that your phone's being turned off because you exceeded your data limit. They cut me off. But I could call for safety. I wouldn't have left the house without a cell phone that I could call from, but I couldn't use my data. Yeah, it was kind of frustrating.
Within a few minutes, everything changes dramatically. The storm hits Ollie and his crew head on.
Yeah, it's rocky and rolly, that's for sure.
The crew finds themselves fishing in 4-meter waves and risk losing their traps.
Sorry about that, boys. We don't need any chaos around here. Just need to be relaxed, that's all. We don't need any chaos. Got a long enough day as it is. Just take her easy, if we can. Woo.
It's always on my mind to maintain awareness because things can fly at you and you can get tangled up, and those sorts of mistakes could be very dangerous or deadly.
Cold, fatigue, the stench of bait, the gasoline fumes, and the swell don't make things any easier. Aaron's day is turning into a nightmare.
And I was really surprised because I had no indication that I would become seasick. And I had never been sick like that before. And I really did not expect it. It is terrible. It is a terrible feeling. I was really sick. There's no way to know or do much about it, as far as I can tell.
Oh, you all right? Fuck. Jesus.
But caught in the swell, they have to act quickly to save the traps, which might get tangled up.
Aaron, you feel like shit? Yep, I can tell. I haven't seen a smile on your face in a little while.
If somebody's feeling sick, they've got to, fight through it and finish the day. It's one of the downsides of working on the water.
Is that hook done something? Yeah, it's hooked.
A trap is stuck underneath the boat, level with the water pump.
How the fuck did it get in there?
A fair lead. The cleat that secures the boat's mooring and fishing lines has broken under the weight of the line, letting it slip under the boat. It's lucky that Aaron didn't get his feet tangled in it and caught it in time. Otherwise, he'd have gone overboard. This time, Ollie decides to return to port. He hasn't lifted all of his traps, but he doesn't want to risk the slightest accident.
I was disappointed on the day, but as things go on and we got a good price, I'm less disappointed. I'm fine with it.
A few nautical miles off the coast, Gail is having to work twice as hard. Her traps are further away and the journey is longer, and the storm is coming. They have to pull them out as fast as possible.
Oh, this is gonna be bad.
But a massive problem will be a game changer on the Nelly Row.
That one's small. Check it again.
Kira is the newest recruit on the boat, a rookie full of good intentions, but still a bit haphazard.
I said, Kath, I don't see, Kira's not asking us any questions. And I don't like it when people don't ask questions when they're new, because something's wrong. And Kath knew there were a couple of tinkers there. Tinkers we call undersized lobsters. And just as a test, she put them in there, and Kira banded them, put bands on them. Oh, holy shit.
Oh, fuck.
The regulations are strict. The crustaceans retained for sale must measure at least 8.7 centimeters between the eye and the beginning of the tail. Below this, they have to be thrown back.
I guess we're in a lot of trouble here. This is like so far out, like that's a really, that's not even close. That's not even close, so. Look at your hook. It's no good. You can't have that. That one's small. It's zero tolerance. Like, if I get caught with one, it's thousands of dollars a fine, and my reputation's gone down the drain. Thousands of bucks, so. I'm gonna have to haul all my cases out of the other car and check every fucking lobster. But anyway, we'll check them out. At least we know now, and we're good. We just need to check them. It's a problem when you have new people aboard.
It's a crucial error should there be a check by the Ministry of Fisheries. Just one lobster below the regulatory size means the immediate suspension of a fishing license, the worst penalty for a captain. Craig, who set off at midnight to avoid the storm, is already heading back. On board the Melissa Ann, there are nearly 400 kilos of lobsters. A good day, which makes up a bit for the bad start to the season.
It's slippery here for some reason.
I don't know why.
Craig, who is still short of his target, is counting like the others on the price of lobsters to catch up. He decided to hold on to his catch until the price is right, but at 12.5 euros a kilo, it's time to sell. As usual, our captain has had to improvise. With no lobster car in which to keep his catch, he's lashed some traps together and left them to float mid-water.
You need to go up there. I'm gonna untie that line, hitch it fast to the creek.
It's a precarious setup, which could play tricks on him given the extreme cold of the last few days.
That's almost pretty tight.
I hate hanging on to lobsters any amount of time. I mean, there's guys that got them in tubes or cages and and they hang on them for months and months on end.
All right.
my opinion, your quality's not there. A little more, Dan. Oh. Okay.
To move fast and prevent his lobsters from freezing during loading, Craig has recruited his entire family, his sons, his wife, his daughter, and his brothers.
Yep. We usually average them out at 115 pound, is what they could be a little more, a little less. Depends on how they pack in that day. If they're real lively, they don't pack in all that good. But them real cold days where it's almost like they're dead, they pack in really good.
He's as strong as a moose anyway.
Some days.
We're talking before taxes, I could make anywhere from $60,000 to potentially $100,000 in the 6-month lobster season. Depends on how the catches are. Are you hauling them all up here?
Might as well. Get them.
16 and
16 crates and a bit, so I'll probably, if everything works, out 1,800, 1,900. $18,015.65. A really good paycheck.
Well, for a week of work, it's not too bad.
It was more than a week though. It's a month. But I mean, still not complaining. I mean, said you're making more money you're making on the land regardless. Said working once a week or twice a week, you can't complain. If it goes up, I will be surprised.
The result is below target for Craig. It's only the high price that's helping him to make up the shortfall. But the month is not over for the captain of the Melissa Ann. Meanwhile, Gail and her crew are making their way through a raging sea. The waves are more than 5 meters high, and the ocean is beginning to break. Kira is going through hell. She is on the verge of passing out. It's pretty clear that this young apprentice sailor has neither sea legs nor a weather eye.
Of course, I was worried about my greenhorn, and it's blowing probably 25 knots. Super choppy, very lively on the boat, and you've got all the smells of the fumes from the engine and the bait.
Unable to hide her irritation at Kira's first mistake, which left them with a large number of undersized lobsters, Gail's sarcasm reveals her annoyance.
I don't think Kira wants a sandwich.
But it's impossible for Kira to stick to her post. She is struck down by seasickness, unable to move, and leaves Kath and Scott to work on the aft deck alone.
Of course we get sick. I mean, I don't know how many traps I puked into, you know, when I was boarding traps and stuff, and I just kept working because I really wanted to do it. It didn't matter.
A crew member who makes a mistake and then is sick. It's a bad day for Gail, who will have to forget the 20 hours of fishing she had planned and return to port to sort out the problem of the undersized lobsters. She doesn't know it yet, but the journey home could well become a nightmare. The wind, blowing at more than 25 knots, is slowing down Nellie Rowe's progress, and what Gail dreads the most is about to happen. The Canadian Fisheries Police, what fishermen here call the DFO, are patrolling the bay.
Every day that the lobster fishery is on the go, we're trying to police it the best we can. Geographically, it's a bit of a challenge because there's hundreds of miles of coastline. We're looking for bycatch. They're only allowed to retain sculpin, green crab, male rock crab, any of the cod that does come in. I know there's some fishers that retain it. So we're looking for that stuff all the time, along with buried female, undersized lobster, V-notched. The reason for us being armed, it's for the protection of ourselves as well as industry and the general public. It could look like a fishing boat to us, and it could be full of illegal substance. It could be full of illegal people. That might come to some sort of physical confrontation that we've got to be prepared for.
Bridgewater Zodiac, Bridgewater Detachment, copy Dave.
Yeah, 10-4, go ahead, Brad, 633.
10-4, just checking on your success there of doing some inspections on the vessels and the cars over.
Thanks, Brad. I'll call you when we're underway.
Desmond, who has just returned because of the storm, has no idea that the fishery officers are about to board his ship.
Hey, Dizzy.
Hi there.
How you doing?
Good, so far.
Good, buddy. Just gonna come and do an inspection on you.
No problem. Yeah.
Any issues going on, or?
Any issues?
Yeah.
Well, you know, same old shit every day.
Yeah.
No, they don't. People bothering you.
A random check, the principles of which Desmond knows every bit as well as the fishery officers. He could also be in big trouble if the DFO find an illegal lobster on board.
If you got some catch on board, I'll get a look at some lobsters and your paperwork.
A stone's throw away, Gale has seen the DFO boat. If they check the lobster tank on the Nellie Row, things could go very badly.
Go around it, throw around the cleat. No, no. Go for, okay, start again.
Kira's carelessness while measuring the lobsters could cost Gale her entire fishing season. One undersized lobster, and goodbye to her $500,000 license.
I had a bunch of thousands of pounds of lobsters floating out there that potentially had undersized lobsters in them. They were already in the cages. We had to haul them out and go through them.
There's no choice. The whole crew hurries to unpack the tons of stored lobsters and measure them one by one, in case the maritime police have the right idea of coming on board.
Well, maybe, well, Kira can help you guys, can't she?
Well, there's only 2 measures.
Well, some of them are quite obviously not
that's true.
tinkers. Whoa! Oh, no, grab it! Oh, fuck. The hook.
Kira is about to scupper everything. She has dropped the gaff used to hook the traps out of the bottom of the tank into the water. It's too much for Gale. She shuts herself away in the cabin so as not to throw Kira overboard. On the Fundy Jewel, the DFO are still busy checking Desmond's catch, which gives Gale and her crew some respite.
In relation to lobster, the definition of length is you measure from the rear of the eye socket, parallel to the line that runs down the carapace. If it goes down over the back of the shell and feel any movement, then it's an undersized lobster. If we receive information that leads us to believe that there is a purposeful fishery taking place where the #1 goal is to retain illegal lobster, someone like that could very easily look at a lengthy license suspension. They can actually even have their personal fisher registration canceled so that they can't even participate in any other fishery.
It is my responsibility for checking the lobsters. I am the one that will be charged.
The bander, or the person that's doing the measuring, the greenhorn, isn't the person that's going to face the charges. It's going to be the license holder, because it's their responsibility to ensure every fish that's caught and retained is legal. Measure's good.
Good.
Okay, good stuff. Thank you.
Everything is in order for Desmond. The police leave in search of fraudsters, which doesn't help Gail, who is still busy sorting out the lobsters that are too small, which she is not allowed to release into the middle of the bay.
There's only one.
That's the first one? Okay. That's the problem with being a captain, is it's all your responsibility. So ultimately, that was my fault. I didn't check on it enough.
Action. Lunenburg up the wharf. Got to look at a lobster car.
That's probably good in that crate, I think. Thank you.
She's empty.
You can close it back up and put it in, and we'll check this one.
To me.
Wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
I would say. Big Black Country Mile, okay.
Finishing up, we're going to head back to the marina.
Perfect, 10-4. Okay, thanks for the update. Bridgewater clear.
10-4.
It's been a close shave for Gail. The Maritime Police passed right by her lobster car. The captain of the Nellie Rowe can thank her lucky stars.
Woohoo, more than half full. That's good.
Despite Kier's mistake, the crew of the Nellie Rowe has caught more than 10 tons of lobsters in December, more than their target. But against all expectations, Gail has chosen not to sell at 12.5 euros per kilo.
No, save them. We haven't sold lobster. I'm not selling any. I'm going to try to. Yeah, don't sell. No, not if you don't have to.
We'll start freight.
Yeah.
All right, Gail, we'll talk later.
See ya.
Exhausted, Kira leaves without further ado.
See ya. Are you going to come back? Okay. You're crazy. She doesn't say much, so I don't really know what she's thinking, but we'll see. Yeah.
But the day has taken its toll, and on Christmas Eve, there's some bad news.
Holy shit.
What?
Look. I can't even
Kira.
describe it. It's from Kira.
I thought I should try to communicate some things to you, which is not always easy for me to do. And I'm concerned for returning and hurting myself even more. Like, is that it?
I don't know. That's
Like,
pretty
is she
ambiguous. What the
coming
hell?
back?
Like, it's just fishing. I want to go tomorrow potentially. What the hell am I supposed to do?
Well, initially, Kath and I said, well, fuck it, because we went last season by ourselves for a third of the season, and so we just went out by ourselves for a bit.
Yeah, I'm just going to ask her outright, can she go tomorrow? Because it's potentially...
Yeah.
All right, I'll send her a text and just ask her if she can go tomorrow.
Is that her?
Yep, no, she's just not going to go.
Kira deserts them overnight.
She didn't think she was up for that, so that's how that ended.
So, how do we find someone?
I know.
It's really sad.
For the first time in my life, I've had some back issues this year. First time ever. So that hasn't been a lot of fun. But anyway, you have to do it, so you just do it.
No, but...
Gosh, oh. Looks like it's you and me.
Yeah.
At the end of December, Gail has exceeded her target with 10.2 tons, or 125,000 euros at the day's rate. But the ambitious captain has chosen to wait to sell her treasure in the hope of a rise in the prices. Ali is 1 ton short of reaching his target of 8 tons, but he has still pocketed 86,000 euros. Des has also performed well during this first month, bringing in 5 tons of lobsters instead of the 4.5 he'd hoped for and pocketing 62,500 euros. The big loser of December, Craig is lagging behind with 1.7 tons of crustaceans and a profit of 21,250 euros, a long way from the 43,000 euros he hoped for. Canada's Lunenburg County in Nova Scotia. With the thermometer reading minus 19 degrees Celsius, the little village is waking up to Arctic temperatures this January morning. 2 months since the start of the season, in a few days' time it will be Chinese New Year. The new Asian market could easily see lobster prices soaring, sending our fishermen's turnover rocketing. From €12.70 at Christmas, a kilogram of lobster is likely to cost over €13.60 in early January, a price never achieved in living memory. The only cloud on the horizon is that this winter promises record low temperatures, which are highly likely to disrupt the lobster fishing. The glacial waters change the creature's behavior, making it liable to hibernate. But our fishermen have no choice. They must catch lobster at any price.
Trump, he got into a trade war with China. China doesn't buy no seafood from the States anymore, so all the lobster markets came to Canada.
Yeah, Trump, he's making Canada great again.
Aware of their unbelievable luck, our Canadians have just 1 month to the day to catch as many lobsters as possible to maximize their Chinese nest egg.
Oh boy.
Gail, who is the best prepared for going to sea, is aiming to catch 5 tons before the Chinese New Year. As for hot-headed Ollie, he's decided to match Gail's objective and reckons to haul 5 tons of lobster. Des, the boss, who dislikes going out too far, is putting his faith in his own fishing grounds and hopes to catch 4 tons. Finally, Craig, without doubt the most restricted by his geographical location, nevertheless remains optimistic and is aiming for 2.5 tons before the end of the month. At 4 a.m., the crew of the Nellie Rowe is the first to board, determined to fill up with lobster despite the Arctic temperatures.
During our winter months, our days it can be 18 to 21 hours, in that range. Yeah, they're long.
Of all the Lunenburg crews, it's Gail's who takes the most risks when searching for lobster.
To get into the bigger lobsters out there, and usually the water's warmer, so we're able to sustain the catch out there till, usually until the end of March is what we were hoping to do.
And if not, the ambitious captain is prepared to go further to flush out the lobsters.
I think they're very sensitive to weather and tide. I know they're not very active when the water's cold. They start migrating into the deeper water.
This morning, they will be at sea for 3.5 hours before lifting the first traps in intense cold. It's hard work, which even her partner Kath has difficulty in coping with. In these conditions, it's difficult to find a crew member who is up to the job.
We had Gerard with us today. We lost Kira early on there. I think physically it seemed to be a bit too challenging for her. We're getting a little tired of training people, but well, if we're going to take someone else, we're going to have to do it. So.
Hiring staff is a nightmare for Gail. It's impossible to keep her crew members, who are quickly worn down by the work rate imposed by the captain.
This year, moving trolls has been really hard because we've had new people all the time, mostly that can't tie the knots that we want them to tie and can't coil rope.
And just to top things off, once the boat's in place, it turns out the lobsters are not.
I intended to haul on some gear, my Western gear, and move it to the east where I thought it would be better. And here we are in the east, and it sucks. It is really, really, really bad. It's like the worst fishing I've ever had since I owned this license. It's weird because the bait is actually still on the traps. There's still bait enough on the traps to attract a lobster, but there's just nothing in them. Literally nothing.
I'm trying to balance out what's efficient for me, expense-wise. And also, Mother Nature kind of just dictates it anyhow.
Oh, man. What to do?
Shocking day today. We're really surprised by it. It's probably, I'd have to say, I think this is one of the worst days we've had in 4 years of fishing since we got the license.
Holy fuck. Unbelievable. I'm just going to start laughing now. Oh, boy.
I know. Oh, I've never seen it so bad.
More time and fuel wasted in return for nothing on the Nellie Rowe. Morale is low, which doesn't help the exhaustion of the last few months. Tiredness is the sailor's #1 enemy. Falling overboard in January in Canada means almost certain death for our fishermen.
The mistakes that could be made could be very dangerous.
A line could somehow find its way over where I'm standing, so every time we're setting a trawl off, I gotta keep an eye out.
I have a safety ladder, fits on the side of my boat and goes down in the water quite far. So if he's unconscious, yeah, gonna have a problem.
But I mean, you take on water within seconds.
Ollie, meanwhile, is stuck in port. Aaron, his young first mate, isn't here. The young captain is outraged as he knows this period is the key to the season's success.
My alarm didn't go off. I usually wake up at 4, but I woke up at 5:15 or something, and I need to be at the ferry at 5:30.
It wasn't that he just missed the ferry. He woke up late. So that's what happened. So his alarm didn't go off, and so he got up at 5:30 when he was supposed to be on the ferry. And so he said, I'm missing the ferry. Yeah, we didn't get off the wharf till about 6:15.
Ollie said, you'll never do that again.
A situation that brings the atmosphere in line with the temperature, freezing.
Like, shitty day. Man, there's nothing in here. Fucking boring.
And this morning, the first hauls confirm what our young captain feared. He didn't drop his traps far enough out. His old tub is too fragile for the open sea, but it's a risk that Ollie is close to taking.
Fucking dead, man. Wow. Rough. I've seen anything, really.
In a further stroke of bad luck, the few lobsters they've caught are smaller than the statutory 8.70 centimeters. Overwhelmed, Ollie decides to push the limits of his boat and head for the open sea. It's a big risk to finally catch sight of a lobster.
We caught nothing last week, but you never know. This time we could do better. I don't know. I think that's pretty short. Check it again, but lobsters are moving east and it's definitely affecting us.
As is his wont, the young captain gets his wires, or rather his ropes, crossed.
Fucker.
Working on deck is his weakest point, and he's losing vast amounts of time.
That's gonna suck. Got a fucking bunch of cuts in there. Might as well just do this. Could be age. Who knows? Could be somebody fucking with us. Who knows? Just shitty line. If we've got more than one damage to more than one strand, sketchy. Okay, go ahead.
With 3 hours fishing time lost due to Aaron's lateness, they have yet to catch anything and the ropes are tangled. Things are not going well aboard the Muscoot.
Ooh. Put on the brakes.
A depressed Ollie throws in the towel and heads for port. He has only 70 kilos in his traps, far short of his target.
It's hard to keep your morale up. But you also have to remember that it's part of fishing. And if you go home demoralized every time you didn't catch a fish, you wouldn't be a fisherman.
Tomorrow, Ollie will have to make a strategic change by once again moving most of his traps to another fishing area. In Stonehurst Bay, the crew of the Melissa Ann are putting all their efforts into heading out to sea. Ensconced in shallow waters that look more like a skating rink than an ocean, Craig's pontoon is totally frozen. Craig has only himself to rely on to escape from the ice that imprisons the hull of the Melissa Ann, which could turn out to be very dangerous.
Well, when you get into ice like that, I mean, generally, the biggest fear is if you damage the bottom of the boat. I mean, not so much cracking the hull, but you got coolant pipes on the bottom of the boat, you got bolts coming out of the bottom.
The day starts badly for Craig, and the captain's woes are far from over.
Logan, tell him to stop for a minute.
What?
Tell him to stop!
Stop!
Logan, his young seaman, in a hurry to turn on the heating in the cabin, has started the Melissa Ann's engine without realizing there's a problem. A huge block of ice has formed on the front of the boat and could seriously damage its hull.
I need the hammer. There's a big hunk of ice hanging here on that rope. Off the valve.
It takes the captain nearly 20 minutes to dislodge the 80-kilo block of ice. 20 precious minutes that could have made him miss the tide. Craig can finally set out on his quest, but it could be a long journey before he finds any lobster.
Fishing when the weather's this cold isn't very good. Not where we're fishing. I mean, I guess pray that we don't freeze up between now and the end of next week and get the rest hauled in.
Due to the rapid fall in temperature, he's been forced to move his traps further out to sea.
Oh, it shouldn't be sweating with ice making on the block. I'm looking for warmer than that, but I mean, that's what it's showing today. Yesterday, last day it showed 44 degrees. So, you know, that's a big change of difference from 5 days.
The fuck is that?
And yet, against all expectations,
Look like.
by midday, the crew of the Melissa Ann has already caught nearly 100 kilos of lobster. It's a miracle.
There you go.
Could the bad luck that has dogged our captain since the season began finally be changing?
Well, we have 100 pounds. We got 60, I want to say 62 or 63 out of 50.
It's a red gold mine, due possibly to the migration of the lobster which stumbled upon Craig's traps on their way to the open sea.
There's a certain amount of pattern to it, but it's changing all the time. I mean, like I said, if we knew what the fish was going to do, what lobster was going to do, there would be none left. I mean, he said, Mother Nature takes care of its own, so. Hey, we found a hot spot here. Just amazing. Just amazing. Second one, we hauled that one pearl, one lobster, and it's only 4 miles apart, same depth, same everything. I'll take the rest of them like that. That's got to be a secret. 75% luck, because you don't know what's gonna happen from one day to the next.
On board the Melissa Ann, Craig's luck has finally changed, but for how long? Des, our old sea dog, hopes that the lobster haven't yet reached the open sea and is sticking to the coastal fishing grounds where the water is colder. Although he doesn't travel as far, each outing costs money, so if the traps are empty, he won't be happy for long.
The weather and the seas affect our course of operation. When it comes, windy days, rough days, harder to push the boat, days are longer. So yeah, your fuel bill is high.
The first traps look good.
There. Big guy.
Des's gamble seems to be paying off.
You can't predict when the lobster's going to crawl. One night could be none, the next night it's just complete turnaround.
Des, Lunenburg's quiet strength, is still far short of his target, but he's not panicking.
It's a little colder than what it has been over the past couple of years, so that has an effect on it, and we're just chugging along and taking out what we can take out right now.
Right, I throw away, full of eggs. Female.
Another sheep.
Unfortunately, the few lobsters that there are turn out to be females full of eggs, which they're not allowed to catch. It's one of the principal rules to protect the species. All females captures must be thrown back, whatever their size.
Catches have been down everywhere. Up your arm, down all along. And what you read on posts and stuff.
Doubt has set in on board the Fundy Jewel. Is their strategy misguided, or is the fishing bad this year due to the weather?
I think all fishing is a gamble. When you size it up, you either win or you lose. That's the chance you take as a fisherman.
I think they're all right, but there's always that chance. fuck, I hope we get a couple here.
Yeah,
You too. Every goddamn thing.
It's the great unknown. It's just fishing. Surprises. I don't expect any, but you never know.
All our fishermen are struggling, except for Craig, who for once isn't dogged by bad luck. But the weather forecast could change all that. A few days later, still hemmed in by the weather, depression descends on our old captain who's had enough of the storms.
We're going down to the wharf, check on my boat, see how the storm is reacting to this.
Being cautious, Desmond hasn't gone to sea in 10 days. The temperature varies between -10 and -20 degrees Celsius, and outside the bay, the boats are tossed about by the wind.
The worst wind is southerly. That's the one that can do the damage. It lays in the harbor and causes good swells and pounding up against the water. So that's where you get your damage from. I mean, the weather was the hardest thing this year. I mean, that you've got no control over. But work-wise, all that kind of stuff, everything is the same. But the weather is your hardest thing to deal with. Well, the old myth is that, if it snows or before lobster season starts, that the lobsters move offshore. When it snows, during lobster season, they say they don't crawl. I don't know if it's a myth or if it's true. Overall, I mean, for making any money this time of the year, I mean, if you can't get out, well, you don't make no money. So I look at it as a 1 day a week venture to go lobstering is not, it's really not worth the risk of having your gear all smashed up and that stuff. So no, I don't think it's profitable.
Exhausted and stuck in port, how long can the boss hold out before throwing in the towel? Whatever happens, he still has to sell his lobster, but at what price? For Gail, only one thing matters. The indefatigable captain has devised a new strategy to respond to the Chinese demand. She has decided to brave the storms and go fishing even further out to sea. It's a risky gamble as it means higher fuel costs and greater levels of fatigue for our female crew.
The situation's bad anyway, and with the tides big, then it's really going to shut it down.
Motivated as she is, our captain is relying on goodwill and possibly some help from Lady Luck.
There.
I think it's somebody's lost gear. Is this single?
It's what's known as a ghost trap, one lost by another local fisherman. Lobster fishing is a ruthless business. Though the trap must be returned to its owner, its contents go straight into the hold of whoever finds it.
Oh man, what a mess! The suspense is killing me. Woo!
You get that?
It's loaded!
We just saved all those lobsters.
Got about 25 pounds in it.
A very good haul, and what's more, it's free.
The trap had about 20 pounds in it, so I was pretty happy about that. So I kept the lobsters, as anyone would do.
The 13 kilos from the ghost trap join the first ton already caught since the beginning of January. It's a welcome boost for the captain, who is edging closer to her target. After several rather fruitless days at sea, Ollie has made an important decision. He's decided to leave the coast in the hope of finding lobster despite his decrepit old tub.
I was a little skeptical, but I said, fuck it, let's just do it. We'll work it out.
A strategy that could push his boat to its limits, and which could cost him dearly.
Do you smell something? Are you drinking rum back there? What is that? What the hell is that? No, I can't smile. Fuck. I'm gonna check the engine. I gotta do an engine check. That smells like coolant. I'm not sure what it is, but there's a leak down there on the bottom of that thing. We gotta do something about that, or we're gonna overheat. Yeah, that's not good. if we let it go for too much longer, we'll run out of fluid, and then the engine will, overheat. So I think we got to go in and fix this.
Worrying signs. It proves impossible to effect a repair at sea, and he has to return to port to resolve the problem.
Expansion tank was leaking, and so we were losing fluid from the engine, so we were dangerously close to overheating the engine, and so we had to do something about it. So we came ashore and fixed the problem before we had a failure.
A return to port much sooner than expected for Ollie. The young captain is a victim of the condition of his old second-hand engine. This time, it's a coolant tank that needs changing. But lacking money, he's going to attempt the repair himself.
Really scaly down here. Not very good. But I can see where it's leaking from, and hopefully it'll fix this baby, fix it up a little bit. It'll do something.
I am constantly worried about catastrophe striking. My engine's one of my things, right? Like, I've got it, and my engine has a lot of hours on it, and my mechanic's always saying, he's a cat mechanic, and he's used to working on, perfect engines, right?
Fishing in winter truly is a nightmare for Ollie. Another day of fishing lost, and his target is drifting further away. Undertaking repairs without new parts is risky, but incurring additional costs is not in this sailor's DNA.
We ended up just patching the one I had, the expansion tank, with some epoxy, and it helped. It slowed the leak. It didn't totally stop the leak, but it slowed the leak, and then we filled up the tank. This thing is a pressure tank, right? So it creates pressure, and then, if it wasn't under pressure, I wouldn't worry about it.
Will he be able to get back out as fast as he wants to? Craig isn't fishing today. Every 2 weeks, the captain for whom every cent counts travels 3 hours to Pubnico to buy provisions at the cheapest prices possible.
Oh, so it's more of a fun day for us. We get to go, it's like going shopping at the mall. Except for when I go
on a road trip. Yeah, our shopping spree is fishing supply stores.
Welcome to Pubnico, the world lobster capital. There's nothing you can't find here. Materials to make traps, boat parts, and especially a wide variety of bait, like these fish heads which the lobster go crazy for.
Oh, they have a nice pile of kids.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's more expensive to get fresh bait than frozen. Don't ask me why, because you would think fresh would be cheaper because you don't have to do all the processing of it.
It's a major saving for Craig, at least half the price of having them delivered.
It's not so much secret sauce, but it's fresh, it's not frozen.
There has never been a serious study to confirm the theory of good and bad bait.
There we go.
Yeah, come on, have a look.
Come on up, have a look.
I think it's 30 cents for the whole barrel.
30 bucks. 30 bucks.
Discarding his fresh bait theory, our fisherman opts for a very cheap box of frozen herring.
I just seen how they're still red, so they seem to be fairly bloody.
Oh, yeah? Yeah?
The herring, there was some herring that they had bought from another plant that they had bought out, apparently, that were a year old. And they were 25 cents a pound, so I was sort of, well, should I or shouldn't I buy them?
A possible false economy for Craig, who could easily come back empty-handed by using such old bait.
I'd take 500 pounds, but can we put them on a pallet and wrap them back up? Oh, yeah. Okay. I'll take 500 pounds. It can't be that bad. I mean, they're pretty good.
40-pound blocks.
40-pound blocks, that's...
They're going to freeze right together.
They shouldn't. They're first together now. We tear the bait in half or cut the bellies over sculpins just to let the smell and the scent of the fish come out more. The blood and stuff.
Well, for the old stuff it is. We got a bunch of the fresher stuff there at the start of the season, and it did pretty good. So, like Craig said, well, there's still plenty red. They're older, but should be all right.
But before returning, Craig makes one last stop at a fishing supplies store.
I was just getting some ballast for lobster traps, just the separate pieces for them. Like bolts and washers and the brackets that hold them into the water lobster trap. Everything you need there, so you need 15 more.
Yep, 15 bars. Yep.
Don't make fun of trucks.
Yep, sounds good.
Craig is a wizard at DIY. Every trap he puts in the water is fashioned by his own hands.
I like to make my own stuff if I can, and I said even like with the boat, if I can fix the stuff aboard my boat, I can fix it myself. It saves you a lot of money.
The savings are vital for Craig. One new trap can easily cost 100 euros, whereas it takes around 10 euros to make, which over 250 traps is a considerable saving. It's an activity that is both economical and strategic. The quality of the traps affects the size of the catch, and according to Craig, his are the best.
And I mean, unless you go through a really, really bad storm, that coating will stay on there for 20, 30, 40 years, you know? I mean, depending on what kind of abuse you put the trap through. So basically, like Don said, but for a lobster, this trap hits the bottom, you got bait filled in this bait bag. A lobster will crawl in through here, and they'll hang on the bait bag, they'll wander all over the trap, and some will work their way back through the middle hidden, and then finally they'll venture on into what they call the bedroom hidden, which has, from my style, has a little bit of a flap onto them. And when the lobster goes in, that flap's hanging down over the hole, so they climb around, and a lobster will climb everywhere it's on a trap. I mean, there's many times you'll haul up a trap, but a lobster hanging upside down on the wire.
In triumphant mood, our Stonehurst MacGyver must go fishing tomorrow to have any hope of reaching his target. In Lunenburg, all bets are off for Desmond, who has made a crucial decision. The boss is going to quit for the winter. The weather has gotten the better of him. Physically incapable of fighting the elements, he decides to make his last sale of the winter and bet everything on the demand in the Chinese market.
I'm grateful to the Chinese because of price. Yes, I think they helped drive the price up. Well, I think today it's $9.50. I was hoping for 10, but it didn't come true. But I'm satisfied with $9.50. Slack.
Each crate contains nearly 700 euros worth of lobster. It's a valuable commodity which requires careful handling.
Make sure you get 5 good ones. Haven't you got
11 good
ones. Make sure you pick them up.
I have two good buyers. I have 2 guys that, you know, I trust. You know, if I sell them lobsters, I know I'm going to get I know I'm going to get paid.
Whoa! Watch, it's going to open. Be careful. Let it down, Robert. Let it down.
When I made arrangements to sell, we talked price, and it never changed, so it's $9.50. When I make the deal with my buyer and he tells me the price, then the price is $9.50. It's no grading involved, and it's random. What comes out of the crate is $9.50.
For his 16 crates, Desmond has made the handsome sum of 10,400 euros.
For a 2-man operation, that's fairly good.
It's game over for our 2 old-timers. The cold and the scarcity of lobster have discouraged Desmond for this winter. He'll try his luck again when the thaw comes. With an ever-increasing price, Des could have earned a lot of money.
Okay, thanks for the chance, and I'll see you in a couple months when you get back and get back at it again. How was that?
Back in a couple months and
go at it again.
Go at it again.
As long as he's leaving, the boss decides to make it a long trip and head for Miami to escape the cold.
Desmond leaves to Florida. I have a friend of mine. I think tomorrow morning or tomorrow afternoon or Friday morning we're going to load the boat and we're going to set his gear out till Desi comes back, and then I'll go back with Desi.
The scarcity of lobster combined with high demand around the Chinese New Year has boosted prices, but the question is, for how long? In Lunenburg, opinion is divided. Some think it won't go any higher. Others are hoping for more and are counting on the lack of lobster in order to sell at a higher price. Their trump card? A safe full of lobster out at sea where they are keeping their treasure, refusing to sell it in order to boost the price.
It feels just like a little cave to the lobsters. They like it. They're nice and cozy in there, nice and safe.
Even Ollie, who has had to sell part of his catch early in the season to repay his debts, has decided to rent one of the reservoirs to wait for the best price.
We sold the first 2 days. We sold them to Bruce Saunders and the crew down at the railway wharf. And then since then, we're sorting our lobsters, and our healthy lobsters we're storing in storage containers and sinking individually. And that way we'll leave them there for a while.
We'll load this guy up. Nope.
The crates of lobster will stay for as long as it takes in what the fishermen call the lobster car. Ollie's, though one of the smallest, can still hold several hundreds of crates, nearly 3 tons of lobster. This reservoir enables them to be kept alive in the water until prices increase. Once contained in the lobster car, the creature can survive for nearly 3 months without food, a tough animal whose secrets we have yet to learn.
Get to the car, get them in the car as fast as you can, because the lobsters probably only survive a few minutes. If you put him on the deck here, it wouldn't take him too long before he just died.
Done.
I don't like working with the lobster car. It sucks. I hate it. It's awful. I hate it. It sucks. And I feel like it's completely inhumane. So I don't like being a harborer of all these pets. It sucks. I'm not into it. Yeah, we'll see. I'll just play it cool and try to make a little money and just see how it goes.
January 26, 2 weeks before Chinese New Year. The strategy of the lobster car is paying off right along the Canadian coast. The price of lobster has now climbed to 14 euros per kilo. Gail, who hasn't sold any of her lobster since the start, is far out at sea, close to the limits of international waters.
So, gonna try to find a new territory.
Hello. Hello. Woohoo. I like that. I love catching those lobsters. That's a nice shiny lobster.
I didn't expect much today. I'm using my Olex system that I talked about, which a lot of other fishermen have now. And generally I'll have something in mind, and when I get there, I'm like, ah, shit, there's somebody there. So you'll find that anywhere. It's busy in some of the best spots from the get-go.
It will take more than this to discourage Gail, who just keeps moving.
I'm always moving. Start inside and I'll end up out. This year I've been in, out, back in, back out again, and it's been a different year.
Yeah, that's all it is today is exercise, isn't it? Like going to the gym.
Motivated by the price of lobster, Gail redoubles her efforts and decides to scrape the depths of the bay.
I pretty much count whatever's in a trap and multiply it by the price per pound, and I'm always thinking about the numbers and, you know, how much am I going to make after my expenses sort of thing.
The price can change quickly that time of year. We don't really think about it too much because there's really nothing you can do to control the price.
I can't quite understand how it works. We, fishermen, maybe we're all, you know, kind of paranoid, but it does feel like that certain people get together, certain buyers, certain corporations, and talk and decide on a price. And I find it really frustrating, and it makes me angry to be at the mercy of these people.
Our captain's catch is still not matching her ambitions.
You don't expect to catch a lot of lobsters this time of the year, but you still can make some money because the price is good. The price is $10 now, and it'd be nice to get out and catch a few hundred pounds, you know, but which we were doing, but that just has come to a really abrupt halt for some reason.
Absolute crap.
There you go. Wow. One-seated lobster.
No, a day like that is completely demoralizing. You just want it to be over. It was awful. We made enough to cover our expenses. That was it.
It's gonna be a long day.
Yeah, it's a good day for napping, I would say.
Excellent day for napping.
With lobster prices fluctuating and traps that come up almost empty, our experienced captain will have to find a solution fast if she wants to meet her targets. A new day's fishing for Craig, who is about to find out if he chose the right bait to attract the lobster. He dropped the traps yesterday, far from his usual sector.
Well, I said them lobsters ought to be there. Oh, yes.
It looks like Craig has found his tracker's nose.
Yes, sir, yes, sir. I like this.
The initial catch is excellent. Lady Luck appears to be spending winter on board the Melissa Ann.
Yeah, that's amazing. A quarter mile apart.
And the surprises keep coming for Craig. A ghost trap has appeared. Will he be as lucky as Gale?
All right. Jesus, old wooden traps. Okay, give me an end. Give me an end.
The day we found the ghost trawler, I mean, I could have left it go right to the bottom and forget about it. But from my point, why leave that rope and stuff on the bottom? I try to pick up as much stuff as I can from off the bottom. Like if we get traps, I bring them home. Not supposed to, but I bring them home and we dispose of them.
There's one trap. Is there anything left of it?
I don't know. I can't tell you.
No.
I come muster onto it.
Unlike Gale, the captain of the Melissa Ann is out of luck. The trap is completely destroyed.
Hard bottom. Lobster bottom. Yeah, we got a bait bag out of it. Not enough. Just stuff it. We'll get it unsmelled.
A little further on, Craig is disheartened to find a competitor encroaching on his sector.
No way. That man's coming up here fishing free. When you lease the boat from, he's got the captain comes, the crew comes, the gear comes. Yeah.
The crew and everything's for feet.
Yeah. Except for maybe David's son, Daryl.
Yeah.
I don't even know if he's with for sure.
But there's nothing Craig can do about the incursion. The barely legal fishing boat is cashing in on international regulations.
My first real encounter was 2 years ago when they come in 4 boats, they fish together like a pack of wolves, and they just buried your gear. You could not find your own gear. I mean, they cut me off, they sank my gear. I found it after a while. And when they're done with that, there's nothing left.
Both Craig and the authorities are powerless. The inhabitants of Prince Edward Island are traditionally allowed to rent licenses even though they don't live in Lunenburg County. Lobster being their only resource, having neither arable nor livestock farming on the island, an ancient law authorizes them to travel into bordering regions of which they are not natives.
I don't know. You say they don't understand. There's a couple of guys here that fish. They have houses here. But these guys, they come and they travel back and forth in the winter time.
Nothing, even a good catch, will put a smile on Craig's face today. Ollie, our young fisherman, is holding out and still hasn't sold. But with his inexperience in managing the lobster car, he's getting anxious. He decides to check on his reservoir.
I think they're probably doing fine. That's the hope, right? Yeah, they're happy as hell, man. These guys are totally happy. No problems. I'm always like, if you're gonna spend the time to pull it up and look at it, you might as well fucking sell it. Looks pretty good. It's gonna be a little windy, but we'll go like normal time and see what's going on.
Theoretically, the lobster can live for 3 months in a lobster car. But at the bottom of his reservoir, Ollie has a few nasty surprises.
Doesn't even stink that bad, but he's dead. That's 2. Nice lobster.
As it turns out, all is well, but Ollie's taking no chances and decides to sell his 3 tons of lobster tonight.
Anybody around? Anybody buying lobsters? These coming or? Okay.
Thanks to the shortages, he soon finds a buyer.
Okay.
But Ollie is wary and is on his guard.
Four more.
The crates are piling up on the quayside, and everyone is reckoning up.
got me. I have no idea how they set the price. I imagine it's just some sort of a market, and there's different players and they have different demands, but I don't know enough about it to talk educatedly about how they sort the price out.
However the system works, everyone tries their luck.
You're lucky you're selling today.
Gonna get cold. What?
What? Said they're going down tomorrow.
No.
That's
Are
what-
they?
Oh yeah, he calls me today. He said, I know I said this before, but they're going down tomorrow. I said, yeah, I think you're full of shit.
But he says actually. Really? Okay.
That?
Where you guys been today? Nowhere?
This is it.
Oh, 18, 19, 22.
Ollie's uncomfortable negotiating and doesn't believe a word he's being told. He's not sure he's made a good deal.
Going down tomorrow.
You're right, Spec?
What?
Up.
Going up? Yeah, probably go up
I
tomorrow.
would laugh.
Yeah.
I would laugh. It's $10 tomorrow.
It's gonna be cold for a while now, though, isn't it? Though it's supposed to be shit for a week.
By selling the entire contents of his lobster car, Ollie has made 42,300 euros for 3 tons of lobster.
I think it's all right. I don't know. I don't think that these guys really bat an eye, Then I wouldn't sell them lobsters if they... He gives you a quarter bonus. So he says, I'll give you 25 cents cash, better than what the rate is.
Our novice seems happy with his gamble. But if he wants to reach his target of 5 tons before the Chinese New Year, he'll have to go back to sea and hope that luck is on his side. January 30th is a big day for Gail. The price has exceeded 14 euros, and 11 days before the Chinese New Year, Gail decides to sell. But with the temperature reading minus 20 Celsius, our captain is worried.
Good day. This is Gail speaking. How you doing? It's cold.
Dressed by the Arctic cold, our captain starts to panic. Having decided to sell her reservoir, Gail tries to contact her buyer. She's anxious to sell her the catch she's been stockpiling for months as quickly as possible.
I know. Yeah, so you want me to meet you over at the other wharf there? At the Fisherman's Wharf, or what do you want to do?
Well, right now in the harbor, we have 120 cages, so we're guessing between 12 and 13,000 pounds of lobsters out there in the harbor, in the ice.
The cold definitely affects them. You just can't leave them out of the water very long there. So we're definitely going to have to be careful today.
At these temperatures, it's impossible to get them out. Kept alive in the water at 2 or 3 degrees Celsius, the lobsters can't be exposed to air this cold. Below minus 1 degree, in the wind, they'll freeze in just a few minutes.
I think the best plan is, until it gets, see how the day goes, we'll go out there with the crate, haul, I don't know, wherever they want to do 20, 30 crates at a time, and then bring them in, go back and forth. We'll play it by ear, but initially, best thing to do is minimum amount of time out of the water, back in.
Yeah, so you don't want to put them in the hole?
I don't think.
Okay.
So we'll see, but right now that's what he's saying.
Yeah, it's really fucking cold.
6 tons of lobster threatened by the cold. If they die, they're unsellable.
I worry that every day, I lose 1 or 2, that I'm, losing a lot of money at that price. I just think it's something that clicks in my brain when you hit that double-digit number. And also, this is the longest I've ever held lobsters. I think it's time to just be happy with it.
Do you want to drop me off on the car and so I can get some ice off of it? Or?
That car's got the ice on it.
Yeah. Why don't you drop me off while you do your loops?
Reluctant to get started too soon with this process because it is really cold. And these lobsters they just can't handle it at all. We can't have them out of the water very long.
I don't think I can get there.
Desperate times call for desperate measures. Kath and Gail try to clear the lobster car with an axe.
I've been speaking with my buyer, and we're trying to work out a time. Unfortunately, the temperatures are still below freezing, so we don't want to be ripping them out of the water and exposing them to the cold.
The rules are clear. Any lobsters that die in transit to the truck aren't counted.
what I can say if you want. Just kidding. We've got to put crates on board.
The captain is conflicted. If she sells today, she could make a small fortune. But by exposing her lobster to the cold, she risks losing them.
Hi, Joe. I'm sorry to bother you. I don't think we're going to get the temperatures of the situation that we need today. The wind's picking up here, so kind of sucks. Really sucks. But so, I don't want to take a chance on it. I got to be awful if we froze them or something. What are you thinking? Like, I mean, we can try to do it before we go. If we can't do it before we go, I mean, the price would still probably be the same, would it? And, you know, things would be okay? Or
Where are you going? You're going
Tuesday.
Right?
Yep.
Yeah, well, I need this plus 6. So.
Yeah, yep. Sorry, Joe. Okay, bye.
The buyer agrees to wait a few more days until temperatures rise. But if the price collapses in the meantime, Gail could lose half the value of her lobster.
Okay,
Let's tell these guys they can go.
Yeah, let's send the crew home. 5 hours of driving, 2 trucks, 5 guys. Fuck, bad. This is bad.
The captain is caught in a stranglehold. She has no choice but to delay the sale.
Drive safe.
Drive safe. Sorry, guys. Well, you're getting paid. It's good. We'll see ya. All righty. It's hard not to. Anybody would worry about it.
If Gail can't get her lobster out before the Chinese New Year and the price falls, her speculative strategy could backfire. Will the girls manage to sell before the price collapses? February 3rd. The days drag on with no change. The weather won't allow Gail to remove her 6 tons of lobster. It's the last day of sales to China. She has no choice. The price is at record level of 15 euros per kilo, which may collapse once the last refrigerated planes have left.
All right.
This morning, the thermometer reads -6. Moving the lobster to the quayside is risky, but possible.
Come on, Mikey.
In the captain's precious lobster car, there are 6 tons of crustaceans, 90,000 euros worth that have been waiting 2 months to be sold. The buyer has everything well planned. He's brought along some muscle so as to pack and load the lobster as quickly as possible.
Well, here we are. We can enjoy it today, can't we? All right. All good? Yeah. No, I'm not even interested in bothering go lobstering right now. It's just hard. There's just nothing going on. It's just so cold. Anyway, I felt bad about it, but Joey called me. He said, "Don't worry about it." Okay, rubber duckies. Well, home sweet home for a little while. So how many do you want to take at a time, Russell? Think? So there should be 3 in each one of them. So
3 in each
yep. Put it on top, or?
Hardly any losses. It's a small miracle after such a long time in the water. The transfer operation will take over 2 hours, despite the extra muscle on hand.
Oh man, nice. Hard shell. That one is anyway. That's good. It's always on your mind. You wonder.
Each lobster is examined closely, then placed in the buyer's crates.
It's looking good. I don't smell any dead ones. I'm hoping it'll be over 12,000 pounds. That's what I'm hoping for. Between 12 and 13,000 should be. 15 and 15 is 30. And 12.
It's the moment of truth. 6 tons and 102 kilos of lobster. Gail was right.
Pretty good numbers up here, I think.
Yeah.
I can't count them. I tried to count them. I don't know how many there are. Woohoo! We make it our plan to save the lobsters right from the start when the price is as low as it's going to be. So we try to get them in the car so we can maximize our profit when we do sell them.
And for Gail, the surprises keep coming. She doesn't know that the lobster price has risen this morning to reach an incredible 15 euros a kilo. It's a record.
Woo! That's what we thought about, about 12.
I'm glad that
12.78.
Times that by 11. How much money did
Oh, okay.
I can't, I'm excited.
This has got to be this would be the highest average price I've seen so far. I mean, we did really well by hanging on to as many as we could and getting the $11. It was good.
$132,858. Woo!
What was it? What was it? I missed it.
Nothing. You don't get any share this time.
It's a good number.
Yep. It's better than a kick in the pants. I am happy.
I would say that I'm never satisfied. There are days when I'm pretty happy with my catch. Yeah.
What do you think?
I think we did it.
With just one sale, Gail has made 90,343 euros, which augurs well for her yearly target. The Chinese New Year marks the end of winter fishing. Our fishermen have struggled as never before during 3 of the hardest months they've ever encountered. With record temperatures and prices, it's been an unusual winter. Gail only just reached her target of a little over 5 tons, which he set at the start of the season. She's amassed 195,000 euros since the beginning of winter. Ali is well short of his target. He's caught only 3 tons of lobster in this last part of winter. But he got off to a good start, and his turnover stands at 125,000 euros. Desmond's decision to give up midwinter weighs heavily on the scales. Only 1,300 kilos of lobster in this last period. His winter haul is limited to 83,300 euros. Finally, after a disastrous start to the season, only Craig has beaten the Arctic cold with 3.8 tons of lobster in the last month. At the end of winter, he's close on the boss's heels with 70,650 euros. As every year, the large blanket of snow covering the county of Lunenburg is finally disappearing. The arrival of spring brings with it radical changes to the way lobsters are caught. With the rise in temperature, the lobsters come out of hibernation and migrate en masse to the coast, where the water is shallower and therefore warmer. To catch as many lobsters as possible, our fishermen will have to choose carefully where they drop their traps, especially as with the warmer weather, Canada's other fishing areas open up. Competition that reduces the price day by day.
There's no point saving lobsters at that point because the price is probably only going to go down, so you just catch them and get rid of them as quick as you can.
From now on, if they want to make any money, they have no choice. Everyone must catch more lobsters and sell them as fast as possible to meet their seasonal targets. Gail is in the lead, but she has to catch 10 tons of lobster this spring to pull off her incredible gamble of raising 25 tons over the season. It will be quite a feat. After an excellent start, Ali needs to follow through, but he still has 5 tons of lobster to catch to reach his 15-ton annual target. Des, who has deserted Lunenburg's coast, is still far off his target of 10 tons, and if he returns in spring, he hasn't much time to extract 3.7 tons of lobster from the ocean. For Craig, too, it's an uphill task as he needs to catch 4.5 tons of lobster in only 2 months to have any hope of reaching his 10-ton seasonal target. In Stonehurst Bay, Craig is actively preparing for the spring fishing. To increase his catch, he's relying on a well-entrenched belief in Lunenburg County, which is that in spring, lobsters prefer wooden traps.
Oh yeah, we got over 100 of them. All right. 3 years ago, a friend of mine I was buying trap runners for the big trap boom company, and he said, "You got to get some wooden traps." I said, "No." I said, "Why would I want to fish wooden traps? I build wire traps for, on the side." We got talking to him. I said, "Well, I'll try it." I said, "You get me a few." And we didn't see a big difference. Maybe a few bigger lobsters than the wooden ones, but nothing to say this justifies, shinning these big heavy traps around. The last 3 weeks of May come, the wire traps just stopped fishing completely, and the wooden traps were coming up full.
Crates that are twice as heavy, nearly 80 kilos, hard to maneuver, and not universally popular.
I can't see myself ever going to wooden gear. It was sort of a thing that my dad did when I was a little girl, and everybody moved away into the wire, and so I can't imagine that I would go back to that, no.
Superstition or ancient wisdom, Ollie, who only started fishing 2 years ago, wants to be sure. He's decided to try out the famous wooden crates, even if they cost more.
Yeah, I just want to find out if they work or not, because everyone talks the talk about wooden traps, and the only way to find out is to know yourself. So if I have 50, then next year I'll either have 100 or I'll have none. So we'll see.
Always on the lookout for a sure thing, Ollie has invested what little he has in the bank in the purchase of 50 traps.
See what the hell happens, right? Well, yeah, right. Good luck. Very best, Mark. Very best.
You look good with them hats on.
Yeah, thanks. All right. So, see what happens. Fuck.
A test that Ollie is eager to undertake. He's already at sea, ready to drop his new wooden traps. In spring, the fishermen mainly head for the shallow, warm waters to which the lobsters migrate. Ollie, still somewhat impetuous, is staking everything on Eastern Point, a place near the coast but sufficiently deep to navigate safely.
Not heavy. It's gonna get heavier.
We look back and the thing's floating, the trap's floating. Like, fuck.
It's rudimentary. I feel like a seal could open it.
My dog couldn't.
No.
Give a couple of days after, see what happens.
We're gonna make so much money.
We're gonna make so much money.
We're gonna catch so many fucking lobsters.
I mean, it's a lot of work to pull your gear and put it on the wharf, but if everyone's switching over to wood traps in the spring, I mean, who knows? Maybe I'll be a believer after this year, and maybe that's the time to do it, right?
That's it. Lots of fun moving them around, isn't it? I'll make a strong man out of you yet, Aaron. Yeah, what a pain in the ass to get all of these. I feel like you're taking too long.
On the quay side in Lunenburg, a long absent figure reappears. The boss is back. In early February, the storms and Arctic cold got the better of the captain of the Fundy Jewel.
Well, you don't make no money, so I look at it as a 1 day a week venture to go lobstering is not, it's really not worth the risk.
A sudden withdrawal that stopped them in their tracks. After 8 weeks in the tropics, Desmond recommences fishing alone.
Well, I'm trying to get some traps put out, and my partner is fishing right now with another guy, and he's winding that up pretty soon. And he's got a small job aboard another boat to deliver it to Newfoundland. So I thought to, try to get some stuff rolling. The time he comes back from Newfoundland, we should be, ready to go fishing together. So that's why I'm doing it by myself, and it's a whole lot harder by yourself than what it is with another guy.
Desmond has no time to lose if he wants to meet his seasonal target, especially as lobster prices have started to fall. They have gone from 15 euros a kilo to 13 in under a month. 2 euros a kilo less over several tons is a lot of money, and there's a rumor that it's only the start of the fall.
I heard it went down. It's 9 or 10. That's what I was told by my buyer.
9, going down to 9. 9.50, 9.35, and I heard it was taking another fall down to around the $8 mark.
Basically, he said they're going to try to make some money back with overpaying in December.
Is that right? I'm not going to make money in the fall and then throw it away in the spring. The hell with that. It's not happening.
It's bad news for the boss, who is returning in less than ideal conditions. Not only are his lobsters worth less, but he'll have to catch them alone for now, against his doctor's advice.
We have to have a seafarer's medical to hold our fishing tickets, and mine had a little issue, and they put me down to 25 nautical miles, and that means it was a stipulation put on my seafarer's medical that I couldn't go beyond 25 miles.
The nature, I had CAT scan, all that kind of stuff, and nothing shows up. It's just my nature, but they're this year here, they're getting a little sticky with stuff.
Anyway, I hope I can get past it and move on.
As confident as Desmond seems, no fisherman on the port would take the risk of going to sea alone. But then he's not called the boss for nothing. Like Ollie, he's chosen to drop his traps at eastern points, an area he knows like the back of his hand.
Springtime is that the lobsters are starting to come back to the shores, and you fish the shores. That's the way we fish anyway.
Steering the boat, mapping routes, dropping traps. Solo fishing means being everywhere at once, a furious pace for the old sailor to maintain.
It's a little harder by yourself. It should be 83 in the water now. Like I said, I'm just, until Cecil comes back with me, I'm just kind of toying with it. Clank. Kind of what I expected. It got thrown around a little bit. There's one there laying. I didn't put it there like that.
As Desmond knows, the real risk of solo fishing is falling overboard, as there is no one to rescue you. So our old sea dog, who is brave but now reckless, has the ingenious idea of teaching the cameraman accompanying him on board how to react in an emergency.
The autopilot, if something would ever happen to me, to turn it off, just press, you'll see off button here, you know, and that'll take it out of, that'll take it right out of autopilot.
The boss is back, in fighting mood and determined to make a success of the season's end. But will his gamble pay off? To reach her ambitious targets, Gail, as usual, is relying on a fishing strategy that goes against that of all the other fishermen. As the lobsters migrate towards the coast, she plans to intercept them at sea before everyone else.
It might be time to start bringing gear in this area. You'll get some bigger lobsters moving.
A good way to catch more lobster, and moreover to do it before her competitors, who are staked out along the coast. The captain has therefore decided to drop her traps in this area.
It was a pretty good area last year, like around this to the east. So it was sort of had its days on and its days off, but it was, remember, because I took my gear out of here first and I...
Gail is prepared to do anything to find what she has called the Lobster Freeway and intends to install an undersea barrage across it. But the ocean is as big as her gamble. Knowing what route the lobsters will take to reach the coast is like searching for a needle in a haystack. If the migration takes place a few hundred meters further on, all is lost.
I'm in a really good situation where I've got a lot of options where I can fish in fairly close, and then I can chase the lobsters out to the deep water, and then I can chase them right back in, so I've got a lot more opportunity.
Everyone has worked out their spring strategy. The dice, or rather the traps, are cast. Tomorrow will be the moment of truth. Gail and the others will lift their first cages of the spring, a decisive moment. Desmond is the first one out this morning. The work takes twice as long when you're alone on board.
I like this weather for fishing in because you know it's getting better every day and every day.
It's also much harder physically. The old sea dog is soon overcome by the pace.
No, I'd rather have someone fishing with me. Gives you company, and you know, you can fish a little faster. You can move gear around, get stuff straightened out. So, I'm not a fan of fishing alone.
He quickly gives up on lifting all of his traps.
I don't think there's any missing. They've been moved all around the place. I see one way over here. I see one there. It looks to me about 2 more traps there.
Lifting 125 traps in a day is a real challenge for the captain, who is in poor health. But his efforts will be rewarded. The first lines are good.
Here's a nice one. Beautiful one.
A good start to the day for Desmond, but will it be enough to make up for his absence and reach his seasonal target of 10 tons? The crates fill up as the day goes on. The captain, alone on board, tirelessly continues to lift his traps. The boss alone has caught close to 250 kilos of lobster.
Today was profitable for me. No huge amount of money, but it paid my bills and I made some money. And you know, spring fishing is that's all that's really expected in the spring. It's not a bonanza, it's a long grind.
The boss returns to Lunenburg very tired. But in the middle of the bay, a broken down boat signals to him. Though exhausted, Desmond must obey the law of the sea. All seafarers must be rescued.
All right, see what I can do here. He went to his dock, and he had trouble getting to the dock. And then he backed out, and he ended up there.
Reluctantly, the captain will have to tow the boat to land.
All right.
How you want to do this then?
Well, I'm going to tow you in bow. I'm going to...
Walk up and down?
Yeah, I could do that.
But the maneuver could damage the hull of the boat.
What the fuck? Here, take a fucking piece of lawn.
At the end of a tiring day, the old sea dog is in no mood to argue, given that the rescued crew are not listening to his advice.
Just do it the way I'm doing it, okay? There we go. Yeah. The part where I got a little annoyed was it wasn't the skipper about it was one of his workers, and he wasn't doing quite the way I wanted to get tied up, and that's where I got a little annoyed with the guys, you know.
Eventually, the maneuver is completed without incident. Desmond's day is over, but the captain knows he'll have to pace himself if he's to stay the distance. As she arrives at her first sights, the captain of the Nellie Rowe is nervous ahead of finding out the result of gamble.
Usually in the spring you'll get some jumbos and stuff like that, and closer to the shore, so the water's still quite cold, so they'll come.
The first raising of the lines and the first disappointment.
Small, probably.
Small, yeah.
God damn it. 4 lobsters, but I might get a couple out of it. Maybe. Look at these teeny lobsters that are seated. God, they're so close. Just so it goes over the back, just.
The lobsters are there, but unfortunately, they're undersized. The intense cold of the winter must have prevented them from eating.
If they were a bit bigger, we would just a little bit bigger, we would have done really well in it. But
Kath and Gail must throw them back in. The traps are full of small crustaceans, far from the jumbo freeway which the captain was dreaming of.
how many more, Kath? One more?
One, yeah.
One more, okay. Oh, thank God. Oh, they've goddamn fucking flounders.
Did nothing.
Absolutely useless. Bait's still staying on good? There are smaller.
Yeah.
They are smaller. Not quite. Yeah, it's definitely not as good on this end, so I'll shift it to the east or do something with it.
A disastrous start to the spring fishing season for our captain, who still insists on placing her traps out at sea, a strategy that risks compromising her results over the entire year. A few nautical miles from there, the moment of truth has come for Ollie.
We're gonna go out and haul our wooden traps for the first time. I don't expect much. but maybe we'll get a couple lobsters. I don't think we're gonna be able to see any difference today. I would be very surprised if we saw anything. Where's my buoy? There it is.
The first lift, and the young captain assesses the results of his first wooden traps.
Nobody home.
The traps he bought a few days earlier haven't produced much. What's more, they're extremely heavy and difficult to handle.
Yeah, once they get in the water, we'll have to be kind of careful with them because they're a lot more fragile than our wire traps. When you pull them up underneath the boat, you can just wreck one of those traps.
Kind of depressing.
Help me, Lord Jesus. Jesus, bring us some lobsters.
The first results are disappointing for Ollie, especially as the first metal traps are much better.
Whoa, baby.
They're here. Now we talking, boys.
Now we got some lobsters.
In spring, coastal fishing is a surgical process. Within a few meters, a line can be good or bad. The only solution is experience. A good knowledge of the depths is indispensable, and unfortunately, with only 1 year's fishing under his belt, our young captain has to rely on his instinct.
Jesus! It's not fucking around in here. You just peppered this whole bank and peppered it.
I'm cautiously optimistic that we'll have a better catch because of it.
More than the traps themselves, it's their location that counts, and everything can change from one trap to the next.
Lobsters.
Something in there.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Not over yet. They kind of come and go around here.
Yeah. It's barbecue season.
Yeah, barbecue. All right.
But the rule is clear. Haphazard positioning often brings haphazard results.
That one. I'm banking on that one. This guy angry or something? Pretty strange, eh? The harbor's dead sometimes.
Spring fishing is so precise that lack of experience threatens to scupper everything. The young captain must reach his targets if he is to recover the investment in his license, the new traps, and the purchase of his boat.
First year I was fishing here, I set up shop like right around, there's like this big rock right here. It's like Middle Rock or something. And I got a lot of big lobsters, like right in this area we're in right here, somewhere here.
Irritated, Ollie dislikes the season where only luck can help him. Luck and hard work. So he will redouble his efforts to move his traps and try new spots, moving as often as possible to fulfill his target of 15 tons by the end of the season. A week after the others, Craig can finally put to sea, but it was a close call.
Honestly, at first, when it first happened, I didn't realize really what happened.
Fuck! What? Now we got a problem.
What happened?
I just poked my hand here with that spike and it's bleeding bad. Ah, Jesus. It went right through my hand. Oh, fuck.
A 20-centimeter long rusty bait stick pierced the young sailor's glove and went right through his hand. Logan is losing a lot of blood. After a short stay in hospital, the diagnosis is in. It's not as bad as was feared.
He healed up good, he worked fine through, but I mean, it could have been a lot serious. I mean, if he would have hit bone or artery or anything, it could have ruined the season till next year, or maybe not at all. He may never go fishing again.
A setback that was not without consequences in a week where, with the thaw, the bait has completely rotted.
Oh, that smells good.
Oh, just that initial shock here, let the gases out.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Craig and Logan start their day over a mush of stinking fish and trails.
This is too.
Try a little.
For Craig, throwing away bait is out of the question. Every cent counts.
God damn, what am I doing?
Okay.
Yeah,
Craig is finally going to sea after a week's delay, and the expert in coastal fishing is relying on his experience to make up for lost time.
It's time. I've waited weeks for this.
By choosing a fishing area just a few miles from his pontoon,
Here we go.
Craig will save time and hopes that the warm waters of Stonehurst have attracted the lobsters.
We know, well, my father knows the area quite well, and we know that lobsters, the last few years, they shed late, crawl away, bury away in the sand or rock piles, wherever they go. So we know they're there. We just got to wait for that prime time for the water temperature to warm up. And
There are no set. We're just looking for crevices on the sand, Ron. Look for little holes in between the rocks. There's no set distance.
In spring, Stonehurst is an ideal place for lobsters, with its shallow waters and its rocky seabed.
Yep, this is my favorite fishery. This is a spring fishery. Them big old black lobsters coming up. Through a bag of jumbo bands every couple days.
As productive as it is, this place is also dangerous. Craig is constantly risking damage to his hull on the rocks that emerge from the surface according to the tide.
I can't see nothing.
Yeah, I see the edge of the rock there.
Spring fishery is we're in the rocks. We're basically, I won't say bouncing off rock to rock, but like we're going down one little rock gutter and then we have to reverse our way out of it to go into the next gutter.
Looking for the rock here right now, you can see kind of where the outline of it is right there, where the waves are kind of different texture of the water. So they're keeping an eye on the sonar, and usually the water's clear enough, but it's too murky here today to see what the bottom is.
The next day on the eastern point of Stonehurst, Craig must recover his traps in the middle of the rocks.
Hopefully, yeah, a couple crates would be nice, but we'll see it.
In such shallow water, recovering the traps requires all the crew's concentration.
Then we see the blue in that place. Don't see nothing.
No, I don't see anything.
Oh my. Look, we got a rock in there. There's a nice lobster. Hey, nice lobster for the first one. 2.
There you go.
3. First lobster for the spring season.
And to improve his chances, the ingenious Craig has invented a special technique to retrieve his booty. He's using a grapnel. This enables him to minimize the risks of touching the rocks poking out of the water. Once the buoy is caught, the trap can be raised. This technique of using the grapnel as a lasso requires extreme dexterity.
I see the line, but...
which is not easy for Logan with his barely healed hand.
Don't think you made it.
Jesus Christ.
Put any crabs on lately?
No, I didn't.
I'll crack a couple crabs. Geez, that is a big one.
Yep.
I'd take 150, 200 pounds of them too.
Yep.
The first traps, at least, are excellent.
Yeah, that looks a little better.
There you go.
By fishing so close to the coast, Craig is taking more risks than the others. It's a calculated risk which could pay off handsomely.
This is the reason, like, we're in these areas. We're basically the only boats fishing this area. There's nobody else who will take the chance of coming in here. He knows the lumps, the bumps, you know, which runs, run however. I mean, for the most part, we make go really good. I mean, he's very said. There's a better plotter system in his head than what I could put on any computer.
Craig keeps pulling up his miracle traps.
Yeah, that looks like it.
There you go.
At the end of the day, the crew of the Melissa Ann has already extracted more than a ton of the precious crustaceans, a real gold mine.
I'll take another 100 traps like that. Yep. We get 100 traps in a row like that, we'll go home. Knowledge of the area where we're fishing in the rocks is a big thing because there's a lot of things that aren't on the charts. It's different. I mean, there's rocks that pop up out of nowhere.
In just one outing, Craig has made up for his lost week.
There wasn't one up here.
Finally, Craig seems to be competing on equal terms with the other fishermen.
But when it comes to the spring, I see we're used to is that we do a little different fishery from the rest of the guys. I mean, we come from offshore to inshore, and we stay there. So, I mean, I like the spring because we get to see lobsters that most guys ain't gonna see because they've stayed there all winter.
With just 5.5 tons of lobster caught out of the 10-ton target, this success early in the spring has come at the right time. Can Craig make up for his delay and surprise everyone? In Lunenburg, a month has gone by and the prices have dropped further. Every day that passes is heartbreaking for our fishermen who see the lobster price collapsing. So each time they return from fishing, they no longer stockpile the lobsters, but instead battle to sell them.
Every day goes down a couple of dollars. I figure it'd be $3 by May. $8.98?
$8.98.
Yeah, that's a good number.
900 in my head. Okay. Yep, I think I can stretch that one. I mean, we lose a few hundred or $1,000, and they lose tens of thousands, and it just gets bigger and bigger. Yeah, no, it's just like I try not to worry about it. Just go try to find some, and but still.
I thought that was great that you got that many all over the place.
Okay, so I will be in touch about those redfish, though. I would like to get some more, I think.
Yeah.
They're good. Seemed like it made a difference.
To compensate for the fall in price, our fishermen are searching ever harder for the right spot to find lobsters. All of them, except Craig, have already moved their lines several times to try and catch as many lobster as possible. Desmond and Ollie are now neck and neck and are fighting over the deep water along the coast of Cross Island. Craig, in the north, in his fiefdom of Stonehurst, is navigating between the rocks to track down the lobsters he thinks are there. As for Gail, she has remained at sea in the hope of heading off the precious crustaceans. It's a new day for Ollie, who has come to the spot where all the old sailors drop their traps, off the coast of Cross Island. A surprising decision for the rebel captain, but irritated and not knowing where to put his traps, he's decided to try his luck here on the basis that the experience of age could pay off.
It's hard to say, really. You don't really know, but I would think we got a pretty good run of it here. I feel like it's pretty, like we're not in the worst spot.
Some days it's all there is.
Yeah, like a little bit of warm water comes in somehow. Everybody, they're all here. They just wake up or something.
They're lazy. They're townies.
Yeah, for nothing. Endless work.
No relief. Tiny.
If this place is known for its abundance of lobster, Ollie seems to have got here too late.
It could change, though. You never know. Nice.
As proof that their choice of site wasn't so bad, the crew of the Muscoot is hauling up some fine specimens.
Yeah, the big one in there. Yep. Don't leave the harbor. That's the key.
Close to giving up, the atmosphere is dejected on the boat, which once again will barely cover its costs today.
I think that like how exhausted you get and how much you can sort of stand after such a long day. Like you never really know how long it's going to be and if it's going to be hard or easy. Like you have to just you have to prepare for it to be terrible, and sometimes it is and sometimes it isn't.
All shorts.
All shorts, all the time.
We're fishing for shorts. Man, he is not screwing around. It's crazy. He's going for the money.
For the first time, Ollie seems beaten and ready to throw in the towel. Desmond, who is finally back with his old accomplice Cecil, has been sticking closely to Cross Island. And unlike Ollie's, his catch has been quite good.
Super days. I mean, a 900-pound day in the spring is, I've never seen them.
Thanks to the return of his old companion, the boss can ease off physically and concentrate entirely on navigation.
We'll probably go every day that we can possibly go. And like I say, spring is a grind, so.
The boss is right. His traps are coming up full.
Looks good.
Yeah.
That looks good, doesn't it? Empty.
That's a keeper.
Though Desmond is doing well, the old sea dog is worried and sickened by the number of other fishermen on his patch.
You know, you got probably, I don't know, maybe 20 boats in the area, and everybody's going to the shore. So, you know, you don't want to push in and drop your trap, well, then you'll have to fish off the shore farther. And chances of getting lobster off the shore farther is maybe a little harder than inside.
Funny how you can haul one trap and get 3 or 4 lobsters, and you can haul 10 traps and don't see an eyeball.
Despite finding the dream spot this morning, in the afternoon it's all change. His competitors appear to have dragged the depths of Cross Island, and the Fundy Jewel is struggling to replicate the morning's good catch. Suddenly, the atmosphere turns from euphoria to doubt.
Nothing, absolutely fucking nothing.
Jesus Christ. Too many empty traps.
Faced with the lack of lobsters, the normally confident Desmond is starting to have doubts.
But usually in the springtime, you're fighting for a $6.75 lobster or $7. So everybody fishes in the same area. So dog eat dog, I call it.
Might get lucky, get a couple $100 pounds.
Whether to leave the shores of Cross Island and try his luck elsewhere, or persevere in the hope that the others will grow tired, that is the question our fisherman is asking himself.
Nothing at all. It's time to move on. He's there.
Catches weren't that great. They were down. Seemed like everything just stopped.
Nah, this is fucking terrible. Let her go. Nah, this is terrible. Oh, well, we'll try it for a couple days and then these will be moved. Can't stay here and do this. You always could catch lobsters over here in the springtime, but the last couple of years it's been pretty miserable.
Ollie is also in low spirits and seems to be in an impasse, not daring to change patches and seemingly overwhelmed by the spring fishing.
Now fucking everybody's in here. Now we got all the Lunenburger, 3 Lunenburg boats. It's getting a bit much. Just get the fuck out of here. Not gonna catch anything.
It's the worst that it gets. It's the worst fishing that we do, I think. It's just everyone jammed up. No one's actually fishing. They're just going through their gear. No one, like, we shift around, but everybody all staged around Cross Island and Rosehead. Oh, it's miserable. It sucks.
It's weird when those spots open up like that. It's weird when everyone goes in the same fucking place. It seems really stupid. It's just a pain in the ass. You don't get as many.
Anything. I know.
I don't get why they do that.
I know.
Try it. Make sure you like it. Is that good?
Whoa.
Now, there's tons of people out there. Everyone has their gear set on right along the shore. So yeah, you gotta be crafty and find your spots.
All these other guys around here. I'm not gonna catch anything. It's our buddy there, tying knots in our lines. Motherfucker. Grab that.
That's a tricky one. That's a professional motherfucker.
It's all right. The video cameras aren't going to be with us every day, so.
You're constantly getting pissed off. People are cutting traps, tying knots in your gear, and especially as a new guy, like it's brutal. It sucks. Like I don't get any waves. It's awful. I hate it. There's a lot of days where it seems like it would pay more just to stay home. You know, if you let them soak a day, you're gonna not have to know wear and tear in the boat. You don't have to have bait. You don't have to pay fuel, and you probably catch 20% less or something. You know, so like, you might as well.
Ollie is overwhelmed. Despite his financial obligations and bills that need paying, he seems ready to give up at any moment. Will he manage to hang on until the end of the season? Out at sea, Gail escapes the traffic jams of Cross Island and has only one thing in mind: to head off the migratory flow of lobsters before they reach the coast, her famous lobster freeway.
Look at all these balloons.
I know. I can see them all from up there. It's like
over here. It's like if somebody steams by here, they're going to be like, wait a minute. I'm still shuffling gear around. I'm spread out all over from like Rose Head out to a little over 2 hours off.
Her 25 lines are covering almost the entire channel. And even though it's not yet the hoped-for freeway, our captain seems to have intercepted a smaller highway, which is pretty good.
Nice big run. I'm gonna keep it in this area. I'll try it again. I like that.
For 3 weeks, Gail has set herself apart from the others, and her strategy of targeting the deeper waters is working well.
Right on. Well, this tells me I can probably bring some gear in this area, so that's really friggin' helpful. Ooh la la! This place is unbelievable.
Yeah,
it really fucking is. Great.
And the rest of the day goes well for the captain.
Ooh, look what we got in our pot. Nice, big, shiny, bright orange lobster. Yep. Nice
The
stuff.
undersea traffic fills each trap a little more.
That's great.
Gail's right. The migration was late coming, but it's here now. A very good day for Gail, who despite her success is still refining her strategy. She's going to move her traps a few tens of meters to the north, and she wants to lift all her lines as quickly as possible to get home before nightfall and sell the maximum number of lobsters at the highest price.
Catch is going up, price is going down. That's sort of the way it's going to be, I guess, just a matter of where it levels out. So hopefully it doesn't go too much further, but I suspect it's going to. So we're going to, because of that, I've got a few crates in my lobster car. I'm going to haul them out, and along with the ones we have today, and just sell them, get rid of them. We got a truck coming. He's going to be on the wharf when we get in, and I just want to get them on the market at $8 before they dip down any lower. So that's all we can do, I guess. Keep going and keep catching.
Gail is not giving up and is pushing the limits, not least those of her partner. Kath, exhausted by the never-ending working days, commits an error which will change our captain's plans.
oh my God. Gail, I think we just lost the gaff.
What? How did you lose the gaff? How the fuck did you lose the gaff? How the fuck?
Because when we were getting that buoy, I needed to grab that quickly. I just put it on the traps, I think.
Without the hook, they can't lift the traps.
All right, I gotta go back and look for it. You want to get up on the wheelhouse? That sucks. I've had that since I had my license.
Man, I can't believe that.
Oh, I know. That really sucks. Can you text Russell and see if he can pick one up? If Rob's got, I think Rob might have them down at the shop. Gotta have a spare.
With no gaff, it's impossible to fish. They must return to land. Kath's clumsiness has prevented the two women from lifting their last traps. The incident adds to Gail's frustration, and she too has doubts about finding her lobster freeway.
I don't think so, Kath. I wouldn't say, yeah.
And on the deck of the Nellie Rowe, doubt is setting in.
I've been disappointed, but I just, you have to accept it.
Our demanding captain, unused to dealing with failure, will have to reconsider her methods if she wants to stay the distance and reach her ambitious target. A month and a half before the end of the season, Lady Luck is still sitting comfortably on the deck of the Melissa Ann.
Oh, look at this, half full, that big old long thing.
There you go.
We're gonna be close. I don't know that one. No, that one ain't go. Them and them old heady kids, pa.
There you go.
Craig, too, has refined the sighting of his traps. Still on the limits of the most dangerous rocks where no one dares to go.
Oh, there's a nice fella. There's one of the spring fellas loading.
Spring lobster.
About 6 pounds. Don't tell lies. Don't tell lies like that.
Yeah. He's got no excuse to miss him. He's right-handed. Boat's set up good for him.
I love fishing with Craig and Gary. They treat me as basically equal. Like there's time to be serious, and then there's other times that we're always joking around and always laugh.
Jesus Christ!
Oh, bitch!
I tell you, he's gonna take out Knot here one of these days. He needs a new scope. He needs to go to the range.
I want to get the swing on. What the ambiance is about, I mean, like you said, for us, it's kind of sort of laid back, you know, we try to, it's no good to stress over everything, you know. If said you catch what you catch, you can't really control one, you can't control Mother Nature. You can't control the lobsters. So we try to make the best of it, you know, carry on, have a little fun, you joke around, you know.
There's a strong bond between the captain and his mate, an exceptional relationship that developed a year earlier in sad circumstances.
It was actually a year ago today, June 2nd, last year, 2018, 2 days after lobster season. Dad, he was on the right of me and the wrench was just on my left, so I went and reached it, and then I turned around and he was dropping to the floor. He just mid-sentence and sort of was making a joke like, oh, I fell. I'm gonna just sleep here, leave me here. So, but then it continued for 5 or 10 seconds and I tried talking to him and he stayed there, so I hollered to Craig and said something's wrong, Dad fell, and so anyways, we called 911 and I started giving him chest compressions, and the paramedics, they couldn't find us, so me and Craig, between the two of us, I gave him chest compressions for about half hour or so, and then I was starting to kind of lose it, so Craig had to take over, and then the paramedics finally came, and they said they managed to get a bit of a pulse when they came down, but they said it was just like that, just snap of the fingers, he was gone. He mid-sentence just like that.
The death of Logan's father brought the two men together. After such an experience, nothing would ever be the same.
Especially after my father passed away, like we both dealt with it there when it all happened, so that kind of made us, like, not many people have to share an experience like that with their boss, you could say, but no, we're pretty close. Yeah,
I gotta see how the master does it.
How the master does it? Well, I don't know. You observe and then tell me how he does it.
The death changed the two sailors who today see life differently.
Because I'd like to know.
Whether there are lobsters or not, whether the boat works or not, they now enjoy themselves regardless. For a month, Craig's catches have been excellent, and he's nearing the 10-ton target that he set at the start of the season.
Oh, here's another one for you.
There we go.
That's soft shell.
Galvanized by his excellent results, our fisherman is confident to the point of getting closer and closer to the rocks.
In the spring, you always, like, everybody has to keep an eye, not just Gary, but everybody keeps an eye on each side of the boat when we're going in through the gutters.
We'll be playing bumper boats in a couple days. Take turns going in between the rocks to get the traps.
The miraculous fishing continues for the Melissa Ann, and Craig is one of the lucky ones who have filled their traps.
I want to say we had 40 or close to 40 lobsters in the first 20 traps. So after that, like, I always keep count each row what we have, and well, I told Gary and told Craig, and we were all kind of excited for the day, like, oh, well, that's pretty good.
There you go.
There you go. He's good.
You keep saying it, you keep getting them, that's okay, you can stay at the rail.
Well, I don't know about this next trap, though.
Oh, we're just getting up to the good spot.
Well, okay, there's one in the next trap, too. Right up there.
Oh, yeah, that's 2.5 pounds.
We are at 30, 34.
I got another one.
God damn. You're on a roll. Keep them coming. I got lots of bands.
We need 4 laps and 5 traps.
Yeah, I got lots of bands. I'll even take more than that.
God damn. Thought I had a big jump there. She went downhill in a hurry.
What?
Now it's a race for the North.
They're heading back too, are they? Oh, I think we'll get them.
Big ones, yep. That day I probably used most jumbo bands. I used all spring. Like it was a shock for sure. We weren't expecting it at all, especially with the weather we had, like the cold temperatures and the wind and everything. It definitely was a shock.
Like almost every day, our lucky captain brings his booty back to the quayside to sell it.
All right, Hunter.
Better.
Well, I hope so. 361. I'm not going to complain.
The crates continue to pile up on the pontoon.
I got the money. Oh, they jumping. Oh, they jumping. He's owing to myself.
Craig has just sold nearly 1 ton of lobster worth 8,000 euros. Proof that his strategy of fishing with wooden crates works.
Pretty good day, you know. I mean, price is still good, so I'm pretty happy.
Our fishermen have only 30 days left to fulfill their objectives. Gale is in trouble for the first time. The lobster freeway remains elusive, a setback for our captain who was relying on it. By early spring, she has caught only 3 tons of lobster, making 18 tons in total with 1 month to go, earning her 231,000 euros. But she's far off her 25-ton target. Ollie has caught only 3 tons and has amassed 12 tons of lobster since the beginning of the year, totaling 142,000 euros. If he wants to repay his debts and reach his target of 15 tons, he needs to flush out another 3 tons of lobster. Desmond has played his game well with 8.6 tons in total, earning him 107,000 euros. He has only 1.4 tons to catch in order to reach his reasonable target of 10 tons over the season. With his miracle catch, Craig has pulled off a spectacular haul with 9.5 tons worth 118,000 euros 1 month before the end of the season. He's only 500 kilos away from his target of 10 tons. 72 hours before the end of the season, good weather has finally returned to Lunenburg. But for how long? The forecast is far from appealing and strong winds threaten to hit the coast of Nova Scotia again. As a fierce final sprint begins, our fishermen will stop at nothing to strike it rich. Gale, the captain of the Nelly Row, will have to catch 3 tons in less than 3 days if she wants to finish in first place and meet her target. For Ollie, the beginning of spring was a total nightmare. Stuck in dock because of his old tub, which wouldn't have stood up to the rough seas, he absolutely has to catch 3 tons in order to reach his target of 15 tons of lobsters. But without a real strategy, it's going to take a miracle. Hard on his heels is the old sea dog Desmond, who hopes to harvest another 500 kilos of red gold from the ocean in order to wrap up his season. Only Craig, the Stonehurst fisherman, has achieved his goal. With 10 tons of the precious crustaceans, he has already fulfilled his contract, but is carrying on and could well overtake Ollie. The countdown has begun for our 4 crews. They only have 3 short days to attempt the impossible. After days stuck on land, Ollie, the captain of the Muscoot, can finally return to sea. Cross Island, an area crowded with competitors. Floundering amongst his strategies, Ollie has been stuck near the island's shores where the lobsters are becoming increasingly scarce.
Hey, get that bluey bird.
let's get the trap. I think there's another one down there. I see two now.
Yeah.
I hit the rock. Boat hit the rock.
That's so fucked up.
It's not that bad, actually.
Wow.
There's a surprise when they lift the first traps. The storm has been stronger than expected. Cross Island is very exposed to strong currents.
Fish in the real shallow water in the spring and exposed shallow water, and so those storms can pick your traps up and smash them on the rocks, or underneath, roll them underneath, underwater and smash them up.
The result, 2 damaged traps already.
So lucky that one.
It's a big deal for our young captain who is still in debt.
I don't think
It'd be nice to
you could pull it with 2 cars.
It's the final blow for Ollie, who lost 20 traps in his first hauls, and a huge loss of earnings for the young sailor.
I'm pretty sick of shifting this shit around all the time. Because the storm comes every week, you gotta shift it. Got it right where you want it, and then you gotta shift it out. It's like, that keeps happening. It's happened like every week.
20 traps impossible to replace in such a short time, while the 230 that remain are proving hard to fill.
Shift, shift, shift. Keep on mopping them up. I've shifted every trap.
Oh, it's nice out now.
Man, there's too much gear in here, dude. This is fucked.
Ollie seems to be moving his traps around Cross Island without any real strategy.
Brutal, holy God. Oh well, we'll just keep on doing what we do. Oh! Wonder how we lost those other ones. Somebody hauled them? Probably. Suspect. I'm gonna drink some beer. Write a song.
Yeah, we're starting to get a little bit of activity just this last week, and yeah, I see this time of year lots of gear showing up all over the place. So.
Brutal. Fuck. That's another day. Like.
Short of inspiration as to where to find a lucrative fishing spot, unusually for him, Ollie has picked the busiest spot. Obviously without success, his counter remains stuck at 12 tons.
Shitty fishing. Oh, we can't catch anything. It's hopeless. Skunk trap after skunk trap. Gonna have to get a carpentry job this summer. Was hoping I wouldn't have to. Nothing's in there yet. Shit. How come? Let's grab that buoy. Put a couple on here.
People fish shallow water, and that's the old culture. That's his historical way. Look what they're doing in Blue Rocks. They fish super shallow water. Even though it's really open knowledge right now that the lobsters are in the deep water. They're not in the shallow water. There's small lobsters in the shallow water, but the majority of them are in deeper water.
Off to the open sea, on a whim that could prove to be a busted flush or a winning hand if he finds one of the famous lobster highways the first time around. It's unexpected competition for Gail, who for months has been the only one scouring this area, tirelessly moving her barrage in the hope of intercepting the migratory flow of lobsters.
See, nobody, there's nothing here because nobody believes in fishing this sort of bottom. That's a nice pot. Yeah. One more trap. I'll just get that buoy line in just to check out and see what the rest of the gear kind of looks like. Let's see what's shaking.
There are only 69 hours of fishing left for the captain.
I think it was the timing thing where the lobsters were going through into the bay. It's kind of like they take the smoother area, like so taking the highway rather than the lighthouse route. Because if they want to travel, you're not going to go on the rocky, bumpy areas. You're going to go where it's smooth if they're on the move. And
by working tirelessly, Gail already harvested an impressive 4 tons of crustaceans in May. But that isn't enough for this hard worker who's aiming for the top.
they think I'm crazy. That woman, why she got her gear there? Truly. You don't catch lobsters on that kind of bottom. Everybody knows that. Good. Makes my job easier. No big ones though, eh? Nothing.
No.
Size to them.
Well, I don't think we got many big ones in here the other day though.
Wow, they're so close.
60 hours from the finish line, and the day has started badly. The lobsters they've caught aren't the size required. How will she meet her target in these conditions?
I am rather persistent, and I care about every trap. I want every trap to fish. I want to keep every trap fishing. Right to the end. I left every trap out to the last day. It was phenomenal. But I tried it last spring, it didn't happen. I don't know, we'll see. I'm gonna keep trying here, and I got no choice now anyway.
Will you see the crate?
Woohoo, all right.
We work hard to keep catching lobsters. We're shifting gear all the time. I'm probably not as convinced as Gail. I think mostly that's just because Gail just really loves fishing. She just wants to be fishing.
Good looking pot. Oh, diddly, woohoo!
Keep on fishing right to the end. But this persistence presents many risks with less than 3 days to go until the end of the season.
Oh man, it's a shame. There's so many small lobsters here. Yeah.
Oh, that is so close. Woo! That's
Nice.
what I'm looking for.
Sweet. Ooh, nice one.
Ah.
Hello.
Ah, look at that.
That one's heavy, I bet. That's one of those gnarly old ones.
Whew. God, that's heavy. That's probably the heaviest one today. Look at the wingspan on it.
I think this is the largest of the day. The heaviest, anyway. These older ones are often, well, you can see they're not so orange and shiny. They're often a bit heavier.
Thanks to these last behemoths, Gail and Kath have hauled in half a ton of lobsters today. A great result, but they still have 2.5 tons to catch in just 48 hours. It's a lot of pressure for the crew of the Nellie Rowe. In Stonehurst, the mood is lighter. The crew of the Melissa Ann is the only one to have exceeded its target before the end of the season. On a roll, Craig doesn't intend to stop there. For this jolly crew, since the beginning of spring, every day at sea has started with the same ritual: fishing for green crab.
Oh, smell up.
It is. Couple there. Won't get rich off them, but hauling them home. Last haul of the season.
Well, I have a green crab license, so it just works out well. We set a few green crab traps for our own use, and but like if we could use green crab every day, all spring long, we'd do really well.
Green crabs, the secret weapon of Melissa Ann's crew, who are always on the lookout for a good idea and a small saving. This bait is indeed free. Craig and Logan are among the few fishermen on the coast who rely on green crab, an invasive species which appeared on the Canadian coast 3 years ago.
The crabs, well, those are about the best thing going for lobsters right now. Whatever it is, they crawl in. I mean, we put on bait, we'll see maybe 1 or 2 we're trapping, they're crawling good. Put on crabs, you might see as high as 8 or 9 in a trap. Big and bigger lobsters on the crabs. Don't ask me the why.
Lobster candy. That right there.
That's like crack to a lobster.
Yeah.
The miraculous catch continues for Craig, whose season has already been a great success.
There's another nice one. Right, wrong. There you go.
There you go. He's good.
You keep saying it, you keep getting them, that's okay, you can stay at the rail. Well.
But nature soon calls him to order. As a final punishment, Craig discovers that his wooden traps have also suffered in the storm.
Oh my fuck.
There we go.
Oh my, just let it hang for a second.
Just dirt, yep. What a fucking mess.
Next few days, I expect to be picking a lot of dirt out of traps. We've got a major storm happening here right now. And I'll be hauling my traps up. We shifted like 80 yesterday in behind the islands to get them in the lead so they wouldn't break. And I got to shift them all back out now, so it's going to be a lot of picking dirt, shifting gear.
I think there's a lobster in there.
Yeah, I see an antenna.
Looks like a real antenna in there.
Do you want to take one side of it and I take the other, or?
Oh, I got it. Yeah.
What a mess, what a mess.
There's something in there. Oh, all full of hair, moss growing on its back. Little one.
Already very heavy, these traps are practically unmovable, filled as they are with clumps of seaweed that the captain has to pick out each time. A grueling and time-consuming exercise.
The slime of dirt from the storm we had the other day, when it blowed here easterly 45 gusting to 60-some knots. It stirred the bottom up and got the slime and the dirt going.
A little further, there's a nice surprise. The wooden traps furthest from the shore have held up.
Lobster, sculpin.
And their contents are excellent. Craig obviously sniffed out a good deal this spring and chose the right strategy.
Strategy for us. We take, for me, it's basically whatever the weather dictates. You know, that's ours. We fish by the weather, and, you know, we take it. If we get some, we get some. If you don't, there's not a whole lot you can do about it, because, I mean, Mother Nature is the boss.
Craig couldn't have put it better. Nature and its wildlife reign supreme, just like these seals lounging in the sun. Seals, the fisherman's #1 enemy.
There's a couple seals. There's a couple seals.
Hey, just stop. Go over here for a second. Stop. I don't let the engine box go for a minute.
Reed.
In the spring of the year, in the average day, it wouldn't be strange to see a couple hundred seals laying on the rocks, especially if we're fishing while the tide's low, while there's lots of rocks for them to be on. And yeah, they are quite the pain, because, well, they'll be trying to get into the traps.
We've been sealized. They'll play with the buoys and knot up our lines and make a mess out of them. They think the buoys are toys, and yeah, I'll see what I can do with it.
It's a hot topic in Lunenburg. The seal population has grown from 8,000 in 1960 to 400,000 today. According to Bill, it's the fault of our national icons.
Well, the seals are a real problem in Nova Scotia and other parts of the world. Bridget Bardot and Paul McCartney was a big one. Oh my God, musician, yeah. And, you know, they saved the seal. If they weren't so cute and they looked like a cockroach or something, we'd be out squashing them. But because they're so cute and they look like a little puppy dog, nothing's done. They've got no real natural predator.
In Nova Scotia, just over 11,500 tons of fish and lobsters are devoured every day by seals, which could jeopardize the entire ecosystem.
And I mean, years ago, seals were hunted and you know, the pelt sold and stuff like that. And it's something that, you know, everybody has a different opinion on it. My opinion is, as a fisherman, that I think they should be controlled.
The solution I liked the most was the one where the Canadian military was going to go out to Sable Island and do a slaughter.
A radical solution supported by everyone in Stonehurst Bay.
Fucking seals.
Tempers are flaring all along the Canadian coast. Between these new predators and the increasingly frequent storms, they know that one day their fishing will be threatened. To protect his traps from the storms, Desmond dropped them near Corkham's Island, a place theoretically less exposed to the wind, but reputedly thin on lobsters. This morning, he'll finally know if he made the right choice.
I'm going to say it's going to be a little harder on your traps, because when you get storms, you know, they get beat up in the rocks and that stuff.
Although his traps held up, like Craig's, they're stuffed with seaweed.
Still filled full of seagrass. We had a lot like that yesterday.
These guys. Yeah, come here. Yeah.
But some jumbos, oversized lobsters weighing almost 3 kilos, have come to brighten up Desmond's first traps. A good omen for the start of the day.
Big boy.
On board the Fundy Jewel, everything finally seems to be going well. After an exhausting season, here too they've discovered the seductive powers of the famous green crabs.
Lobster killers. That's what the big ones crawl on. Not them. Them other ones. Crabs are better in the spring for draws the big lobster.
If you put the crab on the stick upside down, that the crab is supposed to make some kind of a noise as it's dying. Whether it does or not, that's what attracts the lobster.
Trap after trap, giant lobsters pour onto the deck of the Fundy Jewel to the delight of the sailors and Desmond's grandchildren.
That's for traps kids. For my grandchildren. So I keep 2 traps for them, and when I catch, I give them money to put away in their education fund. So
it's cheap.
Huh?
You give 2 traps for 3 kids instead of giving 3 traps for 3 kids.
Not my fault that they come out with another kid. So.
Oh yeah.
The equivalent of €1,000 a year. Not bad for pocket money.
Going to get it anyway.
Only a few kilos from their target, the two buddies are starting to relax a bit.
We're home in the morning. I'm in it right now.
Yeah.
But it's not all plain sailing. Their happiness is interrupted by some very bad news. High winds threaten to hit the coast of Lunenburg on the last day of fishing.
The weather was supposed to be bad. It wasn't near as bad as what the forecast. So while we were out, he made the call to the 2 people we had spoke for. They work on the town, Lunenburg, so they readjusted their time.
Hello there. We're not going tomorrow, Trevor. It's called for a gala in tomorrow. And
we need you for Thursday, both.
We need you guys for Thursday. We got to haul up Thursday.
The weather's bad Friday.
Because, why? Yeah, because the weather's all changed. It was 25 to 30 suddenly on Friday, and that ain't happening aboard this boat. Okay then, thanks. Okay, bye-bye.
The last day is the riskiest of the season, as the fishermen have to get their 250 traps out of the water. In rough seas, stowing the traps on deck can be very dangerous. So the skipper makes the decision that seems most reasonable to him, to end his season tomorrow, the day before the storm, 1 day before the official finish.
Their decision. They're the captains. Everybody makes their own call.
200 kilos off his goal, Desmond is playing it safe. A decision that's much less obvious for our other fishermen, who are still a long way from their targets. Ollie is in 2 minds. Should he stop or carry on despite the weather conditions? Unlike Des, our young captain borrowed money in order to buy his license and his boat. 60 hours before the official finish, he's still undecided. But right now, Ollie has to negotiate his sale. As prices can still fall suddenly overnight, all of the fishermen get rid of their catch each time they return to port.
Not much of a final week. Pretty shitty weather for a final week, you know, compared to last year.
The price has remained high throughout the season, a kilo dropping by only €1 in a month, going from 10 to 9 euros. This relative stability is due to the series of storms, which reduced the number of lobsters being caught and pushed up prices.
Yeah, thanks. Have a good trip back.
So yeah, then tomorrow we'll probably haul through, probably shift a bunch of gear around back in the harbor, and or where we think there's lobsters that are still kind of close to home. We might bring a couple of those in tomorrow. I could see that happening. I might make my decision in the morning.
It's a difficult choice for Ollie and the other fishermen. Play it safe or court danger in an attempt to make as much money as possible? The same question is on everyone's mind. 48 hours from the official end of the fishing season, after a night of reflection, decisions are made, and two conflicting strategies emerge. Gail, the ambitious captain, still has 2.5 tons of lobster to catch to reach her goal, and come hell or high water, she will keep fishing until the end. Just like Ollie, who in his attempt to harvest the 3 tons he needs to meet his 15-ton target, will be hoping for a miracle. There's no going back, however, for Desmond. Only 200 kilos shy of his goal, the old sea dog is playing it safe and will stop at the end of the day. Finally, Craig, who having caught an amazing 12.3 tons of lobster since the start of the season, has decided to throw in the towel and will withdraw one day before the season officially closes. Des is the first to arrive on the quay at Lunenburg, determined to fight to the finish. He has to haul in all of his traps and bring them back to port, hoping in passing to harvest the 200 kilos of crustaceans that he needs in order to reach his annual goal.
I arranged to have some extra help today to bring the traps ashore, and my decision's made, and I'm ending it a day early, and now the weather forecast has changed for the better, so we'll just take that little lump and forget about it. Eliminate some of the danger, but once you got your, you know, how it is, once you got your boat all loaded up with traps and that stuff, it's always a little risk in it. So we'll try to play it safe here and go along, and we'll be fine.
This season, the weather is determined to upset all of our fishermen's plans. The strong winds have reached the coasts faster than forecast, and the sea is high. It's hard to haul in traps in these conditions.
I personally think haul-up day is more dangerous than dumping day. Fisheries control dumping day, where you can't dump over 25 knots of wind, and haul-up day, they have no control over it whatsoever. So, you know, and they have stipulation on it that if you haul your gear the last day and it's too rough and you leave it in the water, well, then the next time you can go after lobster season, but you can't bring no lobster home, so you got to dump your catch back to the ocean.
If the swell becomes too strong, his boat could overturn like a nutshell with the weight of the traps. In these conditions, it is easy to fall overboard.
People's tired, mistakes can be made, yeah. I'm surprised it was small, that's all. I'm glad there's no wind. That's from that southeast wind that we had yesterday afternoon. I guess the sea came in. And here we are.
The skipper and his old sailor are remaining very vigilant, and by way of consolation prize, Desmond pulls some beautiful specimens out of the sea. After a day battling the elements, the last traps of the season are finally hauled up.
I'm happy this morning because the Boston Bruins lost a goddamn game.
Don't be like that, man.
Yeah, we got a little guy. E.T. coming home, E.T. Hello, you cocksuckers.
Our two friends are free at last.
Oh, we're coming up on the last trap. Last one for the season.
Why not?
Ah, here they are.
Here, what are? Here, what are?
One big one.
What are they? Day is a.
Here they are.
Day is multiple. Here it is one. Cocksucker, Jesus, piece of shit. Maybe I get some band. Maybe.
The fishing has been fruitful up to the very last trap, allowing Desmond to reach against all expectations, but only just his target of 10 tons. Returning to the port of Lunenburg for the last time this season, for once, Des is smiling.
Feeling really good about the end of the season. Not quite the last day, but like I just said to someone else, I said, it isn't going to make you and it isn't going to break you, so it is what it is. Emmett's done.
The Fundy Jewel crew have finished the game 24 hours ahead of the others. After a particularly physically demanding season, the two men have overcome all the obstacles to reach their goal.
Everybody got out, everybody got home, everybody's still alive, so there's no fingers, there's no nothing missing, so everybody's in good spirits, as you can hear in the background, and yeah, it turned out all right.
In Stonehurst, against all odds, it's also the end of the season for the crew of the Melissa Ann. Like Desmond, Craig is also playing the safety card. Having far exceeded his target, he can live comfortably for the rest of the year.
Last day of the season, going to get the last load of 60, and time to have a little rest for a few months, I guess. I'll be going to school, but at least I'll be able to sleep in school, if nothing else.
A decision taken reluctantly by Craig, who started the season badly and was sorely tempted last night to push the limits.
Last day. I mean, myself, I'd rather keep lobster another couple weeks, but I mean, it's the end of the season, and so we're hauling up a day early because the way the weather forecast sounds like it was going to be miserable for the next little while, but now it's going to be a beautiful day tomorrow, apparently, so. But I got my mind set, I'm hauling up, get it done. I got things to get ready for boat long line, so we'll call it good.
Craig has also recruited some extra hands to help and haul up the heavy wooden traps. His wife and Logan will support him in this very physical task.
Well, for me, when it's hauling up, I don't want to haul up. I mean, like I said, we're just getting into our money-making time, but, you know, it's sort of a hard, you know, it's kind of disheartening, you know, I got to give up, you know. Especially when you're hauling up a trap with 5 or 6 lobsters into it, and it's like, I don't want to give up. You know, I can handle another couple of weeks of this, but I started calling for easterly this and easterly that and seas of this, and it was like, looked at the weather and say, well, I'm going to leave so many traps there.
Craig has therefore also opted for safety. Just before the season ends, he doesn't want to risk damaging the hull of his boat on Stonehurst's razor-sharp rocks, which are particularly dangerous at low tide.
Oh, seedy. I was investigating. Oh yeah, 1, 2, 2, one more. One more. Them fuckers are heavy. We're in the wash machine now.
Yeah. Yeah, we're rocking and tumbling now.
And ironically, although the weather conditions are very uncomfortable for hauling up the traps, the fishing remains good.
Can we get one big one for the last couple traps here? Oh, there's a couple now. Huh? They're not up here like I thought they might be. Well, I'm impressed.
What?
I said I'm impressed. Did we get a big one for the last one?
Probably nothing.
Oh, we got 2 fucking big ones for the last trap.
There you go, last trap.
The last one is just like the others, filled with 2 jumbos.
The last trap of the season.
It's a shame that we're hauling up.
In one day, they have caught almost 800 kilos of lobsters. With this latest catch, Craig has exceeded his target by almost 3 tons.
Home sweet home.
Craig, who made a spectacular recovery after a disastrous start to the season, goes flying over the finish line.
It's over. All done.
All said and done. Nothing but a memory.
No, it'll be a memory after these are on the wharf. Then it'll be a memory. We got 40 backbreakers yet.
No, it wasn't too bad of a season, I guess.
The captain of the Melissa Ann and Logan stuck together through difficult times, and there is no doubt that this ruthless season has brought them even closer. Unlike the other two fishermen, Gail hasn't changed her plans at all in view of the impending storm. She's going to keep fishing to the end. She is already at sea on the trail of her famous lobster route, and even considering lifting her last trap tomorrow at midnight, the legal end of the season. After 6 months of fishing, with days off and averaging more than 15 hours, the two women are exhausted, but it's now or never if they want to catch the missing 2.5 tons.
It's enough in and of itself to just pushing through the end of that 6-month season. So I was feeling really burnt out, really tired, and so was Kath.
Or maybe I don't. They're just tinkers, are they? Okay. This one isn't the best by any means, but just sort of. That looks good. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh la la. Where do I put you? I'm running out of room. Oh my gosh! Thank you! That is a good looking pot. This is amazing, man. That's a beauty. That's a beautiful lobster. And the best part is there's 2 of them. Oh, look, there's another one. My way or the highway? I think they're taking the highway.
Which is your way.
Huh?
The highway is your way. We discovered what we call the Lobster Highway 2 seasons ago, I think it was. And yeah, again, this year it did seem to work. We caught a lot of lobsters out of that area, and I don't know, I guess we just think of it as, you know, if the lobsters are moving back into the bay, and it's just a bit of a funnel, and we seem to be able to sort of block it off and catch a lot of lobsters there, so.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. Okay, you ready for this one?
There's an explosion of joy on the Nelly Row. Gail is euphoric.
It's a fucking monster, I tell you. Look at that! Look at that! It's a fucking monster lobster is what it is. Whoa! That may be the biggest one I've caught yet. It's fucking heavy! Oh, I love this. This is fucking awesome. This is fucking amazing. Pardon my French. It's an embarrassment of riches, man.
Hot.
Fuck, wait, come over here, man. Fuck.
That's unbelievable.
Oh, wait, because this is unreal. Oh, my God. Jesus.
Shit. Look at that pot.
Look at that. Look at that, man. And they are big, beautiful, clean lobsters. Like, they're just fucking gorgeous. Oh, my God. It's like fucking Bridget Bardot of lobsters here.
It's a bullseye for the couple, who have just caught 2 tons of lobsters in one day, the record for the whole season. At €9 a kilo, the women have made 18,000 euros on their last day. A jackpot that explains their joy and eagerness to continue.
And there was like 4 of those, plus more in there.
Yeah. All right. Come on, let's go. Get it back in the water. Hurry, hurry, hurry. So I can fish.
Gail is on the point of achieving her crazy target of 25 tons of lobster. Tomorrow should just be a formality, unless the weather gets in the way.
26, 27, 28 large lobsters. I'm the count.
She just cracks me up when she gets so excited like that. I mean, I'm enjoying it anyway, but when you see her that happy and that excited, it's just hilarious. So.
Ollie, up to his neck in debt, has also made the decision to try his luck to the end come hell or high water.
I like coming down here this time of day. There's nobody around. These guys are all gone now.
The opportunistic captain of the Muscoot set his traps offshore near Gale in an attempt to find this famous lobster highway as well.
There's a big one. All right, look at that shit.
Yeah!
Talking about.
That is what I am talking about.
I brought my gear in closer because there was nobody there, and I really wasn't catching anything out there, so might as well move it in. We hauled some of the traps, a couple of the ones in the shallows, and we saw some pretty good signs of life.
And it's paid off. After months of poor results, the traps are full.
Busy. Lots of wood.
Traps made of wood or traps made of steel, they all come back up filled with precious red gold.
Yeah, you get 400 or 500 pounds. You've got all wood.
It's a winning hand for our suddenly lucky captain.
Woo! Fucking right on. Woo!
In one day, our young sailors have hauled up 1.5 tons of lobsters. A real miracle.
Oh.
There are only 2 crews left in this race against the clock. But there's a very difficult day ahead for Gale and Ollie, who will have to recover and stack their traps while trying to achieve their goals. 24 hours before the end of the competition, anything could happen for our 2 captains. Gale only has 500 kilos left to reach her ambitious target of 25 tons. As for Ollie, he will have to catch 1.5 tons to reach the 15 tons he hoped for. After the events of yesterday, anything is possible. The last day of fishing. During the night, a thick blanket of fog has fallen on the coast of Nova Scotia, considerably reducing visibility. It's going to make it even harder to get all the traps out of the water before the end of the season.
Well, today is a unique day. It's our last day of the season. I think it's my biggest load for a landing day. It's going to be my largest load, so we're going to have to be really organized about how we stack our traps on. I left them out, you know, just to get every last one that I could, so hopefully we'll get a few in them. Mostly just want to get through the day safely, and I've got our good friend, dear friend, John. He's really fit, strong guy. It's just what you need on a day like this. It's going to be a long day.
Organization is the key to averting danger. A boat filled with poorly balanced traps can quickly overturn. Gale will have to be on every front, keeping her crew safe and continuing to fish in order to reach the hoped-for 25 tons.
That's the first trap that hasn't had a lobster in it.
The first trap up.
Fucker, 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 fucker. Uh-huh.
And the first disappointment. And that's only the start of their problems. The Nelly Row is right in the path of the storm. The hauling up and stacking of the 250 traps promises to be more dangerous than expected.
You okay? Did you catch your foot? Yeah, don't haul on it.
Do you want to?
Take a turn. Don't put your leg on that.
I am fine. I'm just sitting. You could turn the boat so she's not side to.
Just take a turn and try to get it really tight.
But the seasoned captain can count on Kath, who, however exhausted, handles everything masterfully.
Kath blew me away. I've watched her working the deck, and I don't think I've seen. She's fast, she's smart, she understands the process, she knows what's going on. She's like the smartest person I've seen working a deck.
Although they're doing a great job, our female crew have only a few hours left in which to reach their target. Less than 2 miles away, the young Muscoot crew is also battling the storm. As on the first day, Ollie is accompanied by the faithful Aaron and Lucas, extra hands that are more than necessary for hauling up and stacking the traps. Unlike Gale, organization isn't Ollie's specialty. Once again, his inexperience makes life hell for Aaron and Lucas.
Landing day, just as dangerous, because you're putting just as much gear on your boat. And it wasn't really that ideal day in the morning. We had some weather and, it was important to pay attention.
A succession of disasters occur on board. Badly secured traps and lines that threaten to get tangled in the propeller of the boat lead to the loss of some of the captain's precious pots. The traps they do bring up are desperately empty. This last day is far from being a success.
Yeah, pull up. Move.
The small size of his boat means Ollie will have to make 2 trips to unload his traps on the quay.
Go a little further. Well, yeah, right here.
But overtaken by events, the young captain has miscalculated the tides. The sea is at its lowest when he arrives at the quay, making it 100 times harder to unload the traps. The sailors have to reach to unload the 125 40-kilo traps.
Yeah, 2-person job. Missed the tire though, right? Yeah. We're gonna fire it up. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
I always get fucked up with this over here.
But there's no time to rest, time is running out. They have to go straight back out to sea to bring in the rest of the traps. On board the Muscoot, there will be no miracles today. Although he hauled up a few good traps, they didn't contain enough to achieve his target. His lack of strategy in the spring cost him dearly. But with only 2 years of experience, his performance is still remarkable. Ollie and his crew can be proud of their season.
So that's all right. We can celebrate the season's over, and we had, that's something to celebrate for sure. No, I'm not dwelling on it.
On the Nellie Row, in the middle of a storm, the crew has managed to find its cruising speed, and Gale is attempting the impossible to meet her target.
Ooh, nice one, nice one.
Traps and lobsters are piling up on the deck of the boat. The long-awaited moment has finally arrived.
This is the last troll for the season. Last troll for 2019 is my number 13 troll. Beautiful, just beautiful. She's off to a ripping start. It's a nice note to finish on.
With her last trawl, Gale has exceeded her target by 100 kilos.
Number 13. Okie dokie, almost there, crew. One more to come.
One more. She's smiling.
Oh, that's it. Woo. I don't have to think anymore about where to put these traps until, woohoo! It's been a good season. It's been a great season. I'm really grateful, I'll tell you. Did it!
Yeah.
Get over here, girl. Give me a hug. I made it. Made it to another one.
Yeah.
Whew. That last little while was pretty intense. We decided to celebrate by having some champagne and have some drinks once we got in.
You ready? I'm out of practice.
Cheers to Benelli, your last voyage.
2019.
2019. Woohoo!
It's the end of the competition for Gail. Thanks to their hard work and daring strategies, our fishing couple has achieved the incredible feat of harvesting more than 25 tons of lobsters this season, exceeding their personal record and at the same time, that of the whole village of Lunenburg. Gail comes out on top with 25 tons and 100 kilos of lobsters, 100 little kilos, which place her just above her ambitious goal. In 6 months of fishing, she has pocketed the incredible sum of 231,000 euros.
Looking back on it, that I wouldn't have done anything differently. We got lucky. It was great.
Ali, with 13.5 tons accumulated from the beginning, has missed his goal but still earns 155,000 euros, which will allow him to pay off his debts from the year.
Every year I've been doing better than the year before, pretty steadily. I feel like that's my...
Desmond has done the minimum service, but has come in bang on his 10-ton target and goes away with a nice check for 119,600 euros.
Done the best I could do. We worked the hardest we could work at it.
Finally, Craig is the huge surprise of the spring. With 12.6 tons of crustaceans caught, he breaks the bank and pockets a season total of 145,900 euros.
You know, you just gotta say, screw it. You gotta take it as it comes and pray for the best.
Gail came out on top this season. It's an accolade for this fisherman's daughter who has been fighting since childhood to triumph in this male world. Through courage and hard work, she has taught the big guys on the coast a lesson and shattered all the Lunenburg records. Well established in first place as the leader, who can come near to challenging her? Few people in Lunenburg. But competition could well come from elsewhere. The small village of Pubnico, for example, less than an hour's drive from Lunenburg, which achieved the best turnover this year in the whole of Canada.